down. That down. It's like I have these sound generators and I always disable all of the footsteps sounds. I don't like the sounds of people walking behind me. It's not exactly very pleasant. All right, it's 10:22 in the morning. Putting a marker in chat and pressing enter. We'll start up this episode of Longdeath, which is year 332. Meaning the fortress is 327 years old. Goal for the day is pretty similar to the last few days. And what you need to do is we still need more babies. Yeah, Cooler drew all three of those. Here, I'll show you. I'll click every single one of my emotes that Cooler drew or animated. It's a large portion of these. Those are all of the ones that Cooler did. You didn't do any of the skulls. Cooler also did all of the emotes. Well, he photoshopped out Crypt Y for me. Out of the Tommy Wiseau, but it's Star Wars prequels. No, it's Tommy Wiseau, but it's Star Wars fan movie where Tommy Wiseau plays everybody in Star Wars. I recommend watching that. It's like 20 minutes on YouTube and it is hilarious. Cooler didn't think so though. But I did make Cooler watch that whole thing and cut out a bit for me. You were surprised when you learned that there were games out there specifically to give you a ton of achievements. There's no game. Just pay $5 and get 2,000 achievements. Yeah, pay $5 and then let the game run for 10 minutes and you get 2,000 achievements, yeah. There's also some people who have put games on Steam that is that Pilot Guy, but they put their they put like their icon or specific artwork that they want on their profile into that game or attached to that game, sell it for like $1. You get all of the achievements and then you get all of these icons and backgrounds and stuff that you wanted for your Steam page. So there are people who will actually put games on Steam specifically to customize their own profile. Believe it or not, like that is actually a thing that happens on Steam. That's the actual surprising bit. It's not the, oh, there's a game where you spend $5 and get 2,000 achievements. Yeah, that's not that surprising. What's weird are the games where you spend $5, get 2,000 achievements, and then you send the dev a request and they add another achievement for you so that you can have a specific icon. And those exist. That's where the rabbit hole gets deep. What game? I wasn't talking about a game, but I was talking about Tommy Wiseau in the Star Wars. And also just random games on Steam where you buy them and you get like 2,000 achievements just for playing the game for a minute. They all just flood in and fill up your whole profile. I know Squug played one of those once and he's like, I don't even feel bad. I'm like, you should. You absolutely should. But you're 327. Longdeath continues. How you doing, Cyrlac? Good to see you. And get every single letter and emoji as an achievement icon for your profile. Exactly. See, Cooler understands. Cooler absolutely understands. So we are still doing the lock all the dwarves in the celebrate area. We do actually have some children in the fort now. We had Peter the Third, who was a baby, and we've brought in a bunch more merchants. The cap is 56. The hard cap is 50, the soft cap is 56. So they could theoretically have up to 7 more children before I have to start booting out the merchants. I'm going to boot them out as they get stressed, but generally I'm just hoping that they have children. So that's what we're doing right now. Currently, apparently I need to make breastplates. So I'm actually just going to remove the dwarves from here, and we are going to make a breastplate. Just 1 out of iron because that's all I need. Yep. For the mayor. As far as the living dwarves in the fort go, it's Pilot, Jack, Nurek, Quevenir, Nanochip, Vimamel, Arch, Diamond Destruct the second, Massive, Axon the Third, Zindros, Corvius Suede, Ghost, Tiny Goliath, Seeker, Knowles, Blue Water, Defcom, Alien Slayer, Laggy, Detaro Dewitt, LaFonda, Lumpy, Jimmy Tibby, Banana, Peter, and Whitcode. And it's just a matter of keeping the dwarves in here and keeping them as happy as possible. Even Honeycomb, now that I don't know. And the letters come in many colors. Hold on, now I need to check this game on Steam. How many achievements does it even have? Not only does it exist, Cooler, but there's a sequel. 4,094 achievements. 4,094 achievements. And Steam doesn't even want to scroll. Steam just kind of gave up. Steam's genuinely given up, and I can't stop scrolling. Hey! Steam, are you okay? Steam? Steam? I mean, you don't want them to show up in recent releases, because then they'll get reported a bunch, probably. Alright, so dwarves are putting stuff away. And all of the merchants are up here singing songs and making stories. This one's getting stressed. Send you back home with your significant other. I can't have any tantrums, so. And you're the one who had... yeah, you're the one who had Jimmy, so we can't boot you out just yet. Is that part of the meme? Is that they're all in early access? That seems silly. I don't know, Cooler. I don't know. That whole thing seems silly. If you ask me. Coffee. You like the Blue Jay achievement best? The Blue Jay? You know, it's funny, Cooler, that you've like pointed that out to me, because now I'm tempted to do it. I'm tempted to buy that game and run it. Do you think that we should do running through Russia on Bad Game Bingo in December? That's how they get you? Oh yeah, that's absolutely how they get you. 1,000% how they get you. Which episode? I don't know. Yeah, pilot. At least your current Dwarf's still alive. You have a good time at work, yeah? I'm still on in 8 hours. Maybe we'll see you later. But yeah, that's something that I'm gonna that we're gonna have to do in December, because I'm gonna be maybe not crawling for content in December, but I'm definitely gonna be like looking for more things to do in December. Definitely. All right, so we're gonna remove some flooring constructions just so I can get rid of this dirt. And then we're gonna lock the dwarves back in the tavern. It's gonna be great. Is anybody actually making that? Someone should be. There you go. LaFonda's on it. Making us an iron breastplate. Hell yeah. Also, Cooler, I need to talk to you because I kind of want to redo the intro and outro screens. How many weeks? 60? maybe 62. Because it's like a year and change. Year and 2 months. But yeah, I've wanted to update all of my channel art for a bit. Not the icons. The emotes and the badges I want to stay the same. I should stop at 69 weeks. No, we're going for. See, I'm childish and have a terrible sense of humor, but I'm not that childish. No, we're going for 1,000 years. So if you're unfamiliar with what this fort is, we started in August 2020, and I play it 2 to 3 times a week these days, and we are trying to get it to 1,000 years old. So right now it's literally just we are waiting until the dwarves have kids because I haven't gotten a migrant wave in a long time because there's a bug in the game where you stop getting migrants at a certain point. So you don't actually think nice. You're like, the hell, this nerd. Why is he doing this to himself? And I would go, yeah, I agree, but it's a living. It ain't much, but it's honest work. Last I checked. One and a half centuries. It's been 327 years. We're mid-autumn. 327 years. I mean, this is practically the Dwarf Fortress soap opera, frankly. Since the last migrant wave? Last migrant wave was year 120 something. So it's been a long time since we got a migrant wave. Been like a whole generation of dwarves. It used to be no problem. We'd always just sit at the... I have no idea, to be honest with you, Aqua. I'd have to look at Legends Viewer. You're just getting into the Dwarf Fortress hype? Gotcha. So did you stumble on this channel through YouTube then? Or how'd you get here, if I can ask? It's funny, because, like, I don't know, Dwarf Fortress hype for me started, like, 2012. So, it's like, it's good to have you on board, I suppose. It's good to have you on board. Oh, the ones that I did with Tarn? It's been a while since the last one. The last one was 3 months, 3.5, 4 months ago. Then you started looking into it. Gotcha. It's always neat to know how people find this Twitch channel because this channel is one of those channels that, well, Pilot already left, but Pilot Guy once stated, if I think it was Pilot Guy, but somebody once stated in my chat that my channel isn't one that you find accidentally. It's one that you unknowingly seek out. There's way too many mechanics. Yeah, but most of them you completely ignore. Like, Dwarf Fortress seems way more intimidating than it actually is. It's actually not ridiculous at all because most of the crazy mechanics are kind of hidden from the player. Like, the game intentionally hides information from you because you don't need it. Like, you don't really need to know the state of a dwarf's digestive system. Like, yeah, it's there and it's in the background and there's simulation happening for it, but like you don't need to know it. You don't need to see it. You don't need to be paying attention to it. It can just be there. You know, like this dwarf is having a panic attack, right? And that's fine. Just let him do his thing. It's like watching an anthill, right? If you have a pet anthill in your house and you're watching your ants run around, you're not going to know that Ant 32 has a sore foot. But Ant 32 might have a sore foot. It just doesn't really affect the functionality of the overall anthill. Dwarf Fortress is kind of the same. Like, one dwarf could be wandering around on crutches. That's fine. Or they could be crawling around because they don't have crutches. That's also fine. Doesn't matter. Doesn't really bother you. Be able to help people. Well, it's been nobody who needs help. And then you... child, if I'm not mistaken. No, you don't. Might just expel you. The part that's difficult about Dwarf Fortress is learning the controls because the controls are obtuse and the UI is obtuse, right? And the Steam version is trying to alleviate that issue or remove some of that pressure. Same with the itch.io and Steam versions are going to do that, ideally, is alleviate some of that pressure. order herbal remedies. So that's kind of the hope, is that some of that stress and pressure will get alleviated. You are going to go insane, Dwarf. There's a pathing issue. There you go. It's a modified version of the YouTuber Krug Smash's tile set. There's a link to it if you like it. Cooler makes edits to it for me from time to time. There'll still be a dwarf. Yeah, absolutely. At the end of the day, there's still going to be a happy dwarf or a blank dwarf at the end of the day. Cool it. Or stone. It's kind of weird how Dwarf Fortress has the reputation of most difficult game with a straight vertical difficulty curve. When building a small farm and having a front door and lock it when baddie shows up solves 90% of your problems. It's hilarious to me that Dwarf Fortress is this terrifyingly intimidating nightmare of a video game, yet Escape from Tarkov is one of the most popular games in the world. You know? Like, frankly, it's actually silly to me. People people confuse game depth and complexity with difficulty. Dwarf Fortress isn't difficult, it's obtuse. Obtuseness does not mean difficulty. Microsoft Excel is obtuse, but it's not difficult. Tarkov is actually one of the biggest games in the world right now, yeah. The only reason Tarkov doesn't actively look as big as it is because they are not on Steam and they're not on Epic and there's no public stat tracking. So because we can't actually see their active player base, like they don't show up, but if they were on Steam, they'd be like Counter-Strike size. They are that big. Yeah. They are indeed that big. And for a game that is not free to play, that's an achievement. You know? You know, if the game was free to play, that would be one thing. Then it would be like a Warframe situation. But it's not. Alrighty, Bastet. You have a good nap. Yeah, I mean the full version of Tarkov's $150, right? Which you kind of need. Yep. Yep. I mean, I've paid for the basic version of Tarkov because I wanted to try playing it. Even I've paid for that. And I did. I put like 30 hours into it off stream, and I basically decided I don't see well enough to play it, and now I go on with my life. And you know what? I'm okay with that. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't, Aqua. No, it doesn't. The number of times I ran into people hacking in games that you had to pay for, and then they'd get banned, and then they just go buy another account and keep hacking, or any of that shit. Like, you know. Like, just look at the stuff that's going on in New World right now. Making it pay to play is, it's not exactly gonna fix things. How many animals do we have? We have 100 animals that need to get slaughtered, so let's just slaughter this first page. Except for that one that I missed, you get to live, I guess. Same with you. Let's go all the way down to there. Let's also make a bunch of meals. Kitchens should be accessible. Should be. Cool. Dwarves can go slaughter cows. Are you stuck, Ingus? I don't know why, but this dwarf always seems to get stuck. Like, you don't know how to get to a meeting. It's a little bit concerning. Not gonna lie. Because if you get stuck on the way to a meeting, then you're never going to get to cry on somebody in charge. And if you never cry on somebody in charge, then you're just going to go nuts eventually. I mean, I know why I have no migrants, Aqua. But if I stop slaughtering animals, I'm not going to start getting migrants, and that's where all of our food variety is coming from, which is keeping the dwarves happy. Like, I'm well aware of why I have no migrants. I probably would have continued getting migrants for another 60 years if I didn't start breeding unicorns. So trust me, I figured this out like 250 years ago. I'm well aware of why I have no migrants. Like, if we never had a single piece of livestock in Longdeath, we probably would have kept getting migrants up until year 200, for another 100 years at least. I mean, it didn't need a kappa. It's fine. Exploit your whipvine farm? I can't say that I've ever actually used that exploit myself. Can't say I've ever actually done that. But yeah, I don't know. Just the difficulty allure of Dwarf Fortress is something that's never really... is something I've never really understood. I've never particularly understood why Dwarf Fortress is hailed as such a complex game. It's, like I said, it's really not that complex. It's obtuse. It looks like that meeting's done, so I can put them back into the celebrate zone. They can continue doing what they're doing. He definitely means his ratweed farm, yeah. His gutter kroll farm. What kind of wine does Whipvine make? I can never remember. But yeah, once the UI is more approachable for the layman, Dwarf Fortress is going to be significantly more widely played, and hopefully those memes will melt away as a thing of the past. Hopefully. We can only hope that they will eventually go that way. I'm trying to think of other games that were like widely hailed as like impossible nightmare factories, and then they got a like more user-friendly overhaul, and now they're just like accepted as like normal games. I actually, you know, a pretty good example potentially is the like Demon Souls versus Bloodborne talk, because like Demon Souls, when that was a new thing, was this weird obtuse game that nobody could understand, and then when Bloodborne came out, a lot of people got into the franchise for the first time, and that series kind of blew up significantly more than it even did when Dark Souls came out, because like it was the accessible one, it was the one that was understandable by a normal person, and while still having all the obtuse weirdness in it, made a lot more sense to a lot of people. I do think that kind of happened with Dark Souls. I'm trying to think of like other franchises that maybe had the Dwarf Fortress problem to a degree where nobody played it because it was too obtuse. I guess Crusader Kings 2 and Crusader Kings 3 a little bit. Because that game has, what, a 4-hour tutorial? How to solve a complex game. Give it a 4-hour tutorial. Still very excited to see what ends up happening with the tutorial for Dwarf Fort, though. Still very excited to see what ends up happening with that. Because I know that's one of the next things Tarn's starting on now that he's done with the military screens. He's going to start working on tutorialization and stuff. Which, admittedly, I hope they just do the, yo, click, like, you need beds. Give dwarf beds. Oh, you need alcohol. Oh, no, you ran out of alcohol. Here's how to make more alcohol. As long as they basically cover that, yeah, they should be good. Make a front door. Lock it when bad things show up. Here's how to lock it. Here's how to make the dwarves hide behind it. Okay, you're good to go. Good luck. Bye. Oh no, a were creature. Better make sure that they bit somebody. So then you can have extra fun. Whipvine makes a whip wine? I'm just like imagining Cool Whip wine. For whatever that's worth. Probably terrible sounding, but I'm imagining wine made out of Cool Whip in my mind. That's how my brain is reading that to me. And Cool Whip is distressing. Not a fan. Maybe one for your next one. Bye. Yeah, I do kind of wonder what the tutorial is going to end up looking like, but it really doesn't need to be much. It just needs to be a, here's how to dig, here's how to make a bed, here's how to make beer, go. Like, just all the basic stuff that Krugs covers in his video needs to be covered. And assuming people have that much, then they should be okay. You can just kind of trial and error, figure it out from there. Just link to the wiki at that point. The wiki is going to be a mess when the Steam version launches, though, for a week. Of just like, oh, it's like 50-50 Steam and itch versions, 50-50 like ASCII. Like, a lot of people are going to hate it, but yeah. It'll be fine. Also, I do have to say a big thank you to everybody who tuned in early. Also, always nice to see some new faces in the chat. Oh, cheers, guys. I got very excited when an animal gave birth to a unicorn for a second there. I read that as a dwarf has given birth to an infant. Dwarves, please! Make me babies! Silver barb, yeah. Which I don't know if I don't think silver barb is a real plant, but to me my brain reads silver barb as like, oh, it's like garlic. Should we be making black dye, not booze? Yes, this I can agree with. It's like drinking pen ink. I always read that as silver, not sliver, right? Always. I know for a fact you've corrected me on this before. When you can be drunk and not care about color. I mean, do you want to know what's going to happen the literal second Steam DF comes out? Is everybody who's been playing without graphics for years is going to suddenly care about clothing color. Everybody. Everybody's going to suddenly care about getting all of their dwarves in perfect clothing color. You realize that's going to happen, right? Including me. I currently do not give a shit about organizing color. The literal... Yeah, including mine. The literal second I can see their clothing, I'm going to be like, fuck. And then I'm going to have to redo it all. Magna, it's been a minute. I hope you've been well. Good to see you. How's things? Yeah, well, I kind of do that already. I kind of, usually when I check military uniforms, they're almost always wearing almost identical stuff. But yeah, I kind of do that already. I'm pretty good about just melting down and forbidding stuff that I don't want them using, and then just making mass-produced what I want them using. But I don't know. We'll see. I don't believe I've ever mandated capes as part of a military uniform in Dwarf War. Ever. Not once. Winter is upon us. It is winter time, meaning it's going to start snowing. You got bored of all the undyed stuff, and so you gave royal treasurers the rare dyed clothing? You had... Oh, you mean like sold it to them, or what? What do you mean by gave royal treasurers the rare dyed clothing? On how to dye? Yes, dyeing instructions, absolutely. I mean, how to dye is like the Dwarven instruction manual for Dwarven life. They all know how to dye. Dyeing is easy. It's not dyeing that's the hard part. Things are slowly coming back to normality. Been good today. How have I been? I can show you how I've been. This is how I've been. This thing's actually really heavy. Not even joking. It's like half made of metal. I need to start lifting weights to hold up my boombox. It's like my reason to work out is so I can lift the ghetto blaster. Oh, I understand. I understand what you mean now. I was trying to think about how you were giving dyed clothing to, like I thought you were talking about like your fort or something. Stone, that makes a lot more sense. You sound pretty strained. It's my neck hurts. My neck hurts. So yeah, I've had a pretty great week. Yeah, okay, no, I remember this. This drawing from a little bit ago. I should have checked their clothing for you. Oh well, not bad. Because I could have done that, but sometimes you know you got to change it up a little bit, right? But yeah, I've been pretty good this past weekend. I've been repairing that. Although, oddly enough, that Ghetto Blaster should be a lot heavier in it because it should have 12 D cell batteries in the bottom of it, but it doesn't because I've been just using the cord plugging it into the wall. So technically, it should be even heavier. Yeah, no, I spent most of Sunday repairing that, and it's still got more repairs that I need to do. I need to grease the motor. I need to replace the belt on the inside. But, you know, I bought it as a project off of Craigslist, and it's an ongoing project. But, yeah, I mean, I've ordered more belts for it, and get to do that again. I get to rip it all apart again in a couple of days, probably. Of course, two mini skirts. I mean, how else are you going to cover your knees without two mini skirts? I mean, everybody has to wear two mini skirts if you're going to wear one mini skirt. Everybody knows that. But yeah, I've ordered more belts for it, but those aren't going to arrive until I think it's the 26th or something. So it's going to take a bit of time for more belts to show up from my tape deck because I had to order them from a bulk supplier, which was like $12. So between that and then also getting grease for the thing, it's going to take me a little bit to get that tape deck up and running fully, but it's been a fun project so far. I'll say that. So, and then next summer I can be that asshole at the park with a loud stereo, except it's going to be me with mixtapes that I made by recording tapes off of Spotify. Don't call the cops, chat, please. So, you know, I'm going to be that asshole. How's having me Noel Bobby output in the art stream been? I mean, I like seeing your art. I don't really respond to art very often when I see it pop up in Discord, but I do like seeing it. It's nice to see, if that makes any sense. So I do enjoy seeing it, I guess, is what I would say. I still can't get over the fact that we have a musical instrument called a Keurig in this fort. That will never stop being funny to me. It will never stop being funny. But yeah, no, I do appreciate the art posts on Discord. Any kind of posts on the Discord, I appreciate because, you know, my Discord server has been skirting the line of barely remaining a Discord partner for a while, and it's nice that you guys help keep those features up so that we don't have to, you know, boost the server all the way up to get all of the features that we have. Instead, we can just have like the first level of boosts and have everything. Keurig is indeed a, well, not maybe not a brand, but oh yeah, it is a brand. It's not spelled that way though, because this is Keurig, Keurig. Yeah, there's too many things popping up. So. But yeah, they're those awful like all-in-one coffee makers that taste all right. They're not great, like okay coffee, drinkable coffee, I suppose. I've had Keurig cups that are okay in the past. I wouldn't say that they are good, but they are okay. So, yeah. Like lots of single-use plastic? Absolutely it is. You can buy refillable cups, though. And then you can make your own cups and, like, seal the tops of them, which is kind of hilarious because it's like you're buying this thing to be a less time intensive tool, but the reality is it's more time intensive because you have to very fine grind this stuff, and then yeah, it's a funny mess. But yeah, it absolutely is a lot of single-use plastic. But theoretically, you could buy your own K-cups. It's just funny that we have an instrument called Keurig in this fort. I can't wait for us to get an instrument called pour over, and then we can just have the coffee fort. And then we can eat. Can dwarves even eat coffee beans? I know that there are coffee plants, and I know they can make like coffee plant roast. I think they can make coffee fruit things. I think they can, but I don't think they can actually do anything with like coffee beans. We need to make coffee flour. Like that's something that Tarn needs to teach us. Imagine how fast the dwarves would go if we could make them coffee flour. Just grind those coffee beans down into flour. It'll be great. I don't know what could possibly go wrong with that. So plenty of livestock still getting slaughtered. Rare coffee cherry fruit. These fruits can be eaten or cooked to produce coffee beans. When eaten, coffee beans cannot be eaten or brewed into coffee, nor can their cherries be brewed into booze. See, that's like one of the biggest failures of Dwarf Fortress. Why can't we do things with coffee? It would definitely help him sober up after being blitzed day in and day out. Absolutely, it would, wouldn't it? I don't know. Maybe coffee is the solution to the dwarven liquor crisis. Still want blood sausages? There's a lot of like food stuffs and bits that I want. That should be a bug. It's definitely an unintended false bug. Yeah, absolutely. Maybe I should add that question to the next time I talk to Tarn, and just add in the question of, so when can we make coffee for the dwarves? Welcome back, Digital Dan. I mean, what if we could grind coffee beans down and make coffee bean flour, and then we could make coffee bean roast? Or maybe it could be like one of the alcohols that needs more steps. So you brew it into coffee bean flour, and then make them into coffee bean alcohol. Coffee bean alcohol? Anyway. That's a brand of coffee liqueur, yeah. Magna? I hate coffee liqueur, by the way. There's only one actual use for coffee liqueur, in my opinion, and that's being put into coffee in a 7-Eleven at 7 o'clock in the morning so that you can day drink on a bus and not get arrested. That is the only practical use for coffee liqueur as far as I'm concerned, and it's disgusting. You only drink that on Christmas? I mean, that's the only way that I could survive some of my relatives, I think, so. Although I don't think I'll be drinking that on Christmas this year. I probably won't be drinking anything on Christmas, actually. Christmas this year is going to be super low-key because half of my family don't want to get vaccinated, so not seeing them anytime soon. It's eggnog season? It's eggnog season in December for me. I drink like one glass of eggnog a year, and then like remember why I don't really drink eggnog because it's like way too sweet. It makes my teeth hurt. But it is definitely squash season for me. I made roasted squashes last night, so I'm having stuffed squash for dinner tonight. And tomorrow I'm having squash soup. Hello, fellow crazies. I can't not read that in like an old-timey voice, Mark. It's like, hello, fellow crazies. Welcome back to Radio Dwarf. 'Tis the year 1956. The Ford Motor Company has just put out a new model. You love squash season? Squash season is the best season that Europeans don't understand. Because Europeans are like, you eat those? And we're like, yes. It's like every time I explain to Germans what an acorn squash is, and they just look at me like I'm a psychopath. I'm like, yeah, you eat those. That's an ornament. No, you eat those. Yeah, I have 2 butternut squashes and 4 acorn squashes that need roasting and pureeing. So that's going to be my meals and dinners for the week. I'm going to make squash pasta. Because, like, squash makes a really, really nice pasta sauce as well. Pumpkin soup? Yeah, absolutely. Actually, I didn't carve a pumpkin this year. I normally carve a Canadian pumpkin because they're really easy. You do slit, slit, and then slit, slit, and then you cut it in half, and then you lift it up and down, and it looks like the Canadians from South Park. I usually make one of those because they're super easy, but I didn't do one this year. I just didn't get the chance to go and buy one because I was puppy sitting most of the time taking care of my mom and dad's dog. And I can't leave the house to go grocery shopping when I have her because she doesn't particularly you have kids? I don't think you do. You didn't even bring your husband here. Yeah, we don't even need you here. You can go home. Get out of here. You're not useful unless your husband was here. This is an acorn squash. You cut it in half, you take the seeds out, you put it face down in your oven. You set your oven to 350 Fahrenheit. Take the seeds out of the inside. You can roast the seeds separately and eat them. They're all right. And then you roast it face down, and then you flip it up over after about 45 minutes, and you give it another 15 to like brown the top. And then you can puree it. You can make it into a soup. You can just eat it out of it with a spoon. You could a little sprinkle of brown sugar in there and eat it with a spoon. That works too. You can caramelize it. You can make them into candy. You can puree it, make it into a soup. You can make it into a sauce. You could use it as pasta stuffing. Very tasty, healthy foodstuffs. That's an acorn squash. And that is the Eiffel Tower made of Lego. And that is a boombox. And I lost the thread of what I was talking about. And don't forget that you should always play Dwarf Fortress with a mouse. Now that show and tell is over, chat, you show me something. Pumpkin is a type of gourd, technically, isn't it? Pumpkins? It's a squash is a type of gourd, and a gourd is a large fruit that comes from a ground-dwelling plant that takes up a large amount of... obviously, I play it with a computer, Mark. How do you play most computer games? It would be weird if you said a calculator, and I'd be impressed at how powerful your calculator is. I mean, generally, chat, don't you play Dwarf Fortress with a computer? And a keyboard, ideally. Monitors are helpful. You have nothing to show. Oh, no! Well, that's fine. What is that, a toucan? That looks like a toucan, man. Or something. I mean, Tetris is the only perfect game ever made, so. But yeah, I play Dwarf Fortress with a computer. That's generally how I play Dwarf Fortress. See, Cyrolac knows what's up. Cyrolac's posting pictures of, like, squash on Discord. Check that out. Squash. Well, watching streamers is not going to help you learn to play Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress is like learning a board game, right? And the way you learn a complicated board game is you sit down with 4 friends and you start fiddling with it. You read the rules, generally, you get the approximate idea and you start playing, and then you realize you've been reading half of the rules wrong. Then you start over and you play again. That's how you learn Dwarf Fortress, except instead of the rules, you read the wiki. So you open up the wiki and you start playing. That's literally the only way you'll learn Dwarf Fortress. I can explain basic concepts to you if you need help, but like, if you want to learn Dwarf Fortress, it's not actually that confusing. The game's obtuse, yes, but the game's very, very easy. It's just a matter of sitting down and learning it and playing it. And it's one of those games that gets easier the more you stare at it and the more that you yourself are playing it. Watching other people playing can help if you are also playing, but just asking, how do you play this game, isn't going to get you anywhere, because that's not a question I can answer. But if you want to learn to play Dwarf Fortress, I recommend downloading Dwarf Fortress, watching Krug Smash's Your First Fortress, setting it up in vanilla. Don't worry about Lazy Noob Pack or any of those plugins or add-ons, because they don't actually make learning the game easier. In fact, to a degree, they make it harder, because then there's 4 UIs to learn instead of 1. And then just fiddle with it. It's really not that difficult. If you can unzip a folder from with WinZip, you can play Dwarf Fortress. If you can type in my Twitch chat and watch this stream, you have all of the skills necessary to play Dwarf Fortress, because you clearly have a keyboard that's capable of typing, and you have a computer that's capable of watching Twitch. And if you can watch Twitch, you can probably run DF. Yeah, it's really not hard, right? Like, Digital, have you had any real hiccups since you started? I'm curious. And also, if you need help with anything, just give me a shout, because I can just walk you through it. But yeah, no, there's only one person that can teach you to play Dwarf Fortress, and that's you. I can help, though, if you need it. But I can't just be like, this is how you play the game, because I will just give you the response of, or how do you see what's going on? With my eye. That barely works. How do you play this game? With a keyboard. Like, I'm that kind of person. Yeah, the beginner's guide on the wiki, which is Fortress Mode tutorial. Right there. Quick start guide. Yeah, Gucci. Yeah, exactly. Like, and it's really funny. Every now and again, I'll have people ask me why I don't do like a starting your first Fortress video, and I have 2 reasons for that, Digital Dan. Krug Smash already made a better one, and number 2, I did make one and nobody watched it, because Krug Smash is better. But I'll make one when the Steam version comes out. The only thing limiting you when you play DF is your ADD and getting you distracted with no progress being made. Yeah, that's fair. Only 7 dwarves, woodcutting, digging. No, that's when you get to know your first 7 dwarves. That's the best part. You know what? Like I said, just watch this video and follow step by step every single thing he does in this video. And when you're done with that, come back and ask for help. Watch that video. When you're done watching that video, come back and ask for help, and I'll do my best. I just linked it. It's right there. I was just grabbing it. Watch that video. Follow it step by step. When you're done with that, call me in 30 minutes. We can help. No, it's all good. It's all good. We're just helping. Like, people who play Dwarf Fortress, we're a little bit sarcastic, but, you know, we're willing to help. If you need assistance, just go. But like the thing is, in order for me to believe that you actually want assistance, is I need to see you put a little bit of effort into learning the game. If you can put in a little bit of effort, I will absolutely assist. But I'm not gonna walk you through every single step because I really can't. There's too much, and the game is obtuse enough that you need to put some effort in yourself. If you can do that, and you can download and install and set up the game by default, we can help with the more weird mechanics that pop up that may be confusing. And the keyboard shortcut combinations and all that. And you had no clue what you were looking at in your screen. You're now about 45% clued in. You know, it's funny, Digital Dan, because I streamed this game. I started streaming Dwarf Fortress the end of 2018, and I really started streaming Dwarf Fortress in 2019. But I'd played the game on and off since about 2010-ish. I think the first time I installed it was 09. But I streamed other games, right? And it took about 6 months for one of my viewers, who's actually in this fortress, named Lumpy, this Dwarfish, or Lumpy Beef Broth was their name. After watching Dwarf Fortress for about 6 months and never having played it, had this eureka moment of, oh, I see what's happening and I get it. And it's like suddenly fucking clued in as to what was happening in the fort. It's like, I see dwarves! He had like the fucking Matrix moment in my chat. It was very funny. How's this all? What's up? It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I hope you as well, my friend. Also, Mark, should I call you Mark or should I just call you underscore 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 underscore? I don't know what to call you. Because I know another Mark. Spelled the same too. Saza is doing okay. That is good. Good to hear. How have your streams been recently? What have you been up to in the world of the inter-novels? I mean, when I first started playing Snowed, it was, I see a pink pea. The fuck is that? Hit V and take a look. Or hit K and take a look. So that's what you recognize best? Really? I'm at a point now where just the way I see dwarves moving, they just look like dwarves. Doesn't really matter what the icons are. What tile set you go with, Digital? I mean, selecting a tile set is like deciding what pants to put on in the morning. It's the best part. It's like, do I want comfy pants? Do I want practical pants? Do I want work pants? Do I want pants with lots of pockets? I like how you know that there's 18. Because I wouldn't have been able to tell you. Okay, fair enough, Mark. Glad that that's clear. I don't know if I'm familiar with that one. Hold on. I might be familiar with it, but not off the top of my head. Oh yeah, I am familiar with that one. That's a nice font. It's just easy on the eyes. It's nice to look at. It's nice and soft. Yeah, there was somebody who definitely has posted about that one in the past. Yeah, it's this one. It's nice looking. Did some metal slapping this week. Did you slap metal into conforming to your desires? Because that's got to be satisfying. I mean, you did some metal slapping. I deconstructed a ghetto blaster that has a big thing on the back that says licensed technician only, no serviceable internal product, or no serviceable internal components. No user serviceable internal components, licensed technicians only. Which I am definitely not a licensed technician, but damn it, I took that thing apart and made it work mostly. was then listening to the radio on last night while I was trying to fall asleep, which is oddly calming. There's a bunch of like audience-funded radio stations around here that play jazz late at night, and it's really nice. By some sort of technomancer? I mean, I felt like I was in the set of Cyberpunk because this was what my living room looked like on Sunday. So, yeah, I kind of felt like I was on the set of Cyberpunk. I'm not gonna lie, if I could use this Ghetto Blaster like this, that kind of looks awesome. It's just a slight electric shock hazard. Yeah. That Ghetto Blaster definitely got its internal organs stirred. Now I just have to wait for till approximately the 27th of November for some new belts and grease to arrive. Because ordering parts for tape decks from China takes a little bit. But, you know, once it arrives, and I'll have, hopefully, a fully functioning, not loud Ghetto Blaster. Well, loud, but not that kind of loud. Right now, you can, like, the motor is loud enough that it picks up on my microphone, so. No, we're in late winter. We're getting near spring. We started in mid-autumn, right after the last tribute was when we ended. The last time. But yeah, we're going to be playing 2 obtuse games today. We're going to play this until, like, I don't know. I mean, it's like 11:20 right now. We'll be playing this until, like, 2, 3 p.m. today, and then after that we're gonna play more Caves of Cud. We're gonna do some grinding, get up to like level 12, and then get down through the Barathmites, and then hopefully finish Golgotha. That's the goal. So we're gonna be getting a lot of crafting materials and making a bunch of grenades and going through that route. Yeah, we are indeed getting to a tribute month. It's just small tribute month, not big tribute month. I mean, we're on the 13th of Obsidian, so we got 15 days left in the month. I'm really hoping that we can get up to 25 dwarves today. That is my hope. 23 is too fucking low for this fort. Otherwise, we're literally just going to die out. Which, I don't know what I would do if Longdeath died. I mean, that's not sadistic unless, like, you're intentionally torturing your dwarves, at which point, please don't tell me. But most forts end with the end of all your dwarves. I mean, Spitalier, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Meow. Cheers. Link. Thanks, man. Oh, also, with the Ghetto Blaster. Whoopsies. Hold the thing over. My actual plan, when that happens, I'll pick this up and then press play on this and make that thing say my thank yous. That's my actual plan for this fucking thing, is to do that. So just be like, eh. Longdeath's last year of migrants was year 128, if I remember correctly. That year, we also stopped getting visitors, and we didn't get traders for like 20-something years. Oh, there's plenty of ways I could fix it. I know how I could fix it, this migrant problem. So please don't try and fix this migrant problem. I know exactly how I could fix it in-game without actually changing anything. The problem is it would require me to retiring and reclaiming the fortress, and I'm not going to do that because it destroys the whole point of this challenge. Because the challenge or goal or thing that I'm trying to do with this fort is keep the fort alive for 1,000 years in one continuous run in vanilla, right? There is multiple ways I could fix it with mods. There's multiple ways I could fix it in-game by default, but it would go against my initial goal that I set out to complete. So I will complete the goal. If I don't complete the goal, then I might as well not be doing Longdeath. So, damn it, I will finish it. And if that includes every single dwarf slowly dying out of old age, so be it. So be it. Absolutely, Stone. Absolutely. I mean, I don't... my soft goal is to last 500 years. And right now we have children that theoretically could live to 500 years in the fortress. So we'll be fine. Banquet hall, honeymoon resort. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, absolutely. Longdeath will have a long death. It'll be the longest death of the eternal adventure of time, while my dwarves ponder deductive reasoning. I haven't seen an I ate your pie emote in a long time, Magna. Yeah, no, 500 years is absolutely achievable. But the thing is, if we get to 500 years and we still have a couple infants, we can make it to 600, right? Like, a dwarf lives up to 170 years, right? Peter is 9 months old, was born in 332. So if Peter lives 170 years, that's almost achievable already, right? You know, I mean, and if the population stays lower, the frame rate stays better, so that's fine. So I don't know. I'm not too worried. Right now it just kind of sucks because like I have my mega projects that I want to complete, which I can't complete because I'm literally waiting for them to make babies. Because the mega projects stress the dwarves out because they're high workloads. So that's the only reason everything is halted is because like I could still just be working on those projects, but the occasional accidental death in construction plus the whatchamacallit, so the occasional death plus just generalized stress of the dwarves rising, it's like, yeah, it's very much a we need to wait for like a decade to pass and give these dwarves a break so that we can then get back to our long-term projects. It would take a lot to kill us somehow else, Jimmy. It's been a while since you've seen it. Probably not as big as you think. This is the burial area. So all the way around the top there, all the way around the bottom, basically all the way around the edge of this layer. And then that weird snaky building in the middle is the history of all of our outpost liaisons and mayors in the format of statues. There's a statue for every outpost liaison, royal treasurer, and mayor, and spring has arrived. And then the big tomb in the middle is the king's tomb. It was in the fort for like 100 plus years. Yeah, we have the in case of emergency hide in bunker with plenty of seeds and booze. So worst case scenario, we hide in the in case of emergency hide in bunker. And we also have plenty of doors and gates that I can close to stop things from getting in, so. I mean, I wouldn't call it Longdeath 2, but I've told people that I will probably do another long-term fort after Longdeath. But it won't be like Longdeath because I would go nuts if I had to do this fort again. It's like, hey, congratulations, you just finished a fort that took you 3 actual years. All right, now do another one. Is kind of what I'd be looking at that point. Also, Lump has subscribed for 38th month. Welcome back. Did Animal like gift you a couple months of sub or something? Oh, welcome back, Lump. Welcome back. That was indeed some old age deaths. Alien Slayer III died of old age, who was a merchant, and so did Mincot. So we had 2 merchants die of old age, which is actually okay. Just means that we have some dwarves to put into tombs. The question is, do I actually have enough coffins? I don't know if I do. Yeah, they were both merchants, so neither of them were actual members of the fort. Which just means I have to make more coffins. Yeah, we have to make more coffins. Yeah, only second-class dwarfs. Temporary citizens. A breeder population. But we did have 2 old age deaths. Also, the humans did arrive. The annual tribute from Bastigius Mac is here. I gotta get these wombs dug out. But we can get those corpses put away. But yeah, first of spring is the only time dwarves can die of old age, so those are all natural causes. Which is for the best, generally. Which is generally for the best. It's a pity you didn't resub like 4 minutes earlier, 3 minutes earlier, because then we potentially could have hype trained that. We've been like on the cusp of a hype train a couple of times today. I haven't actually pulled one off yet, though. Maybe we will. Maybe we won't. Maybe we will. But regardless, thank you, Lump, for keeping that sub alive. And thanks, Patalia, for gifting out a sub earlier. Helping keep the stream funded. And shoutouts to Rari and everybody else who's thrown money at the stream so far today. Keeping the stream funded. It was a gift sub from Animal? Did Animal do that? Animal, you crazy. It's kind of funny, what'd you call it? Reoccurring gift subs, the ones that last multiple months, show up as pink in my payment sheets that I get from Twitch. So they're a different color than normal subs on the little finance graph thingy that I have. And every now and again I see those pop up and I always wonder, it's like, wait, who did that? How long has that one been there? Because I can never remember. Tribute report has arrived from the group of Alchemy of the Spring 333. Hey, that's a fun year, 333. Oh, absolutely Has can post ugly pics of ugly metal things in art. Absolutely. Go nuts, man. In the earlier years where every single dwarf was extremely strong for constantly hauling boulders, is that still the case? This is not still the case, no. No, this is not still the case, because we don't haul as many boulders these days. God or got? I'm assuming you mean got. Alright. So now I'm just waiting for coffins. Here comes the coffins. Some of the dwarves are still pretty buff from doing manual labor, but not all of them. Yeah, so that's then Haas can post ugly metal things if you post ugly drawn things. How did T become D? Well, I mean, T is pretty close to D. You did write God, though. There we go. There's our 2 coffins. Those dwarves can get buried. They're certainly better at writing. I mean, the early dwarves of Longdeath definitely did a large amount of hard labor, hard manual labor that they don't have to do so much of these days. The Mudstone era? The Mudstone era, the era of the strength. The strong dwarf. The strong dwarf era. Those aren't ugly metal things. Those are beautiful metal coat hangers. I like those. Or whatever those are. Fire poker? Definitely looks like back pain, is what that looks like to me. Because whenever I think of any kind of blacksmithing stuff, it just looks like back pain to me. It's like I look at that, it's like, yeah, that looks painful, terribly painful. This is like right now I have neck pain from going to a hard rock show. Not quite a metal show. No. It was fun though. One of the openers was a band called the Ray Gun Cowboys. They were kind of like an off ska group, but the vocalist looked like Guy Fieri, which I still think is very funny. Backhand and leg pain. Okay. How about ear pain from the ting, ting, ting? No, ray gun. Raygun. As in like pew, pew, ray gun. From a sci-fi movie? They had a double bass and a trumpet. They were fun. Yeah, absolutely. Although I think they were actually Ray and the Gun Cowboys, but no, not Newt Gunray. No, we are safe from Newt Gunray. Don't worry about that. Why am I blanking on what Newt Gunray is from? It absolutely is Sleepy Murph. Is that really Star Wars Episode 1? Huh. Interesting. I'm not going to click on a starwars.fandom.wiki/Newt Gunray link. I'm not going to click that. I will simply believe that what you were saying is accurate because, frankly, I don't need Star Wars in my search history. There's enough weird shit in my search history already. I don't need them putting me on more lists. More than anything, I just don't want Disney advertising shit to me, so... That's the actual reason, is I just don't want Disney advertising shit at me. Get enough random-ass marketing from enough of them already. Wikipedia? Nah. Oh, right. Yeah, that's not a Wikipedia link. I'm sad that you know all of that off by heart. Please tell me that you just copy-pasted that from the wiki, Athros. Go nuts, Haas. You're more than welcome to link any of it on Discord. There you go. Satisfied at work? Dwarf wanted to do something, so we made him a chef. You don't know it anymore? Well, I mean... Good? I don't know. I don't actually hate Star Wars as much as I pretend to. Right, Tiny Goliath is still the mayor. Elves are going to show up to trade in a minute, but... we can absolutely put the dwarves back upstairs. I still can't get over how pissed off that one guy in YouTube comments was that I hadn't seen the Star Wars Clone Wars TV show when I played that Star Wars mod for May the 4th. Because May the 4th this year, I played the Star Wars Overhaul mod for Dwarf Fortress. There was one person in the YouTube comments that got excessively mad at me for not watching the Clone Wars show. Oh, I'm still a nerd. I'm just a different kind of nerd. Which I think is probably the case for most of us, right? It can be such a pit. Truly. It can make you one of the greatest or most insufferable people very, very, very quickly. Let's do all this. Oopsies. There you go. Shut these off. Let them come underground to trade. It's part of any fandom. What about the Wikipedia fandom? The fandom of Wikipedia and the existence of Wikipedia. You know, it's really funny. People like to put me into little boxes and fandoms and stuff just because of the fact that I create content. But in reality, it's like, yeah, I guess I would consider myself a member of communities, but I don't really consider myself a member of fandoms. Unless, like, I could be in the fandom of, like, record players. If I can be a member of the record player fandom, I guess I'm probably part of the record player fandom. And, like, tape deck fandom. Outside of that, I don't know. Or as, like, just... If it's owned by a large corporation, odds are pretty good that I'm annoyed enough by its existence that I don't acknowledge it anymore, even if it's something that I used to be into. And that's definitely the case for that's definitely the case for a lot of stuff now for me. Enjoy your lurks, Haz. Ooh, did you link more things? You did. I'm not gonna lie, that looks absolutely wonderful, Haz, and I have a very important question for you. Why don't you live stream your whacking of metal? You should definitely live stream your whacking of metal. Also, this is the best part about this setup is that it's just like fire pit, you know, like your forge, your everything, and then just like the anvil, your hammer, and then just bottle alcohol. That's the best part about this. I like it. I approve. Has he? And he has never done it when I've been awake. Which is actually very much a possibility. But he's never done it when I've been awake. Investments are open if you want to invest your tickets, chat. So yesterday I got to play some Age of Empires 4. I really like it. It's very short on civs, but I really like it. That is a very fun, satisfying little RTS. Early in the morning for you, so it's probably way too early in the morning. I mean, I don't get to see most of Haz's streams to begin with because of time zones, so kind of is what it is already. Kind of just is what it is already. Let's make a bunch of rock pots. We have a bunch of these merchants, rock crafts, or stone crafting rather. There's one. Let's get all you guys over here and making some rock crafts. So that they have something else to do. Everybody's doing something. Give everybody some crafting to do for a little bit, and then once crafting is done being done, then go back to hang out in the tavern. And I've got a few dwarves just making lavish meals, like Zindros is one of my chefs now. Seems to be very happy with their life as a 16-year-old. Nice young dwarf. He didn't feel anything after being kept away from alcohol for too long. Well, I guess we kept him away from alcohol for too long. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and is starting to work slowly due to scarcity. Are we out of alcohol? What? Apparently. Let's brew some booze. We shall brew some booze. But yeah, there is actually a single channel that I watch that does like leatherworking and blacksmithing stuff. I find those kinds of crafts channels fun to watch. Hey, Brander, how's things? Hello, indeed. Hope you as well. Also, I saw your comment on the Patreon regarding audio tapes, and while I like the idea, I feel like it would just make actually running the show more difficult in some ways. But having a rotating list of hosts for that show might not be a bad idea. 1067, hell yeah. Counts is going. And everybody loses. Rip. God damn the stupid bot. So I have a question for those of you in America specifically, because you guys, you know, get Thanksgiving on the wrong date and do Thanksgiving way too late. Do you guys start planning, like, at what point does, like, the holiday of Christmas start becoming a thing that you guys plan? Because for us, it's like Christmas planning is already a thing that's happening now because, like, Halloween's over and it's now time to start thinking about that holiday. So people are, like, asking me what my plans are for Christmas around here now. And it's like, I don't fucking know. During and after Black Friday. There's some McDonald's that are claiming they're going to go on strike on Black Friday here. And I hope that happens, because that'll be exciting. And I wouldn't even notice until the day after, and I see stories in the news about it. I have a weird feeling that Black Friday is going to have some weird news about it this year. Just because of, like, work from home from last time. I have this feeling that Black Friday is going to be interesting this year for not reasons it's been interesting previously. Right after Halloween, you have the worst kinds of people. I have one Christmas music album. It's, like, very much like church Christmas music. It's, like, the kind of, like, Christmas hymns that my parents gave me as part of some of the records that they gave me. And I played it last year on Christmas Day really loudly once, and I haven't played it since, and I'm going to do it again on Christmas Day this year. Usually your family is in holiday mode as soon as Black Friday rolls around. Interesting. Booked your flights for Christmas and looked for a hotel. Yeah, that's absolutely preparing for Christmas. Absolutely. Well, the part of the reason why I asked chat is because some of you might remember last year, me and my stream team, we sold some Christmas sweaters last year for charity, and we're going to be doing that again soon, including old designs as well as some new designs. So we're going to be selling some Christmassy themed merch with Halcyon Frequency, my stream team branding on it soon, and all proceeds are going to go to charity water once again. And another thing that's going to be happening soon is Hot Potato is happening again. Although I will not be taking part in Hot Potatoes directly, I will be assisting with stuff around the edges. So there will definitely be some Doctors Without Borders and Charity Water charity stuff happening in the second half of this month. So just keep an eye out. It's just an idea. You're down to chat beer and tunes all the time. Yeah, absolutely. But it's kind of like me and Ryan's show, right? So if, like, I suddenly start doing episodes without Ryan, I'd feel terrible. So that's kind of the issue, right? Like, honestly, in a perfect world, audio tapes and visual drugs would get like a couple thousand listens per episode, and I could just get sponsors for the episodes and then pay Ryan to take a day off work so that he could just record with me. But unfortunately, it's a show that gets like 2,000 downloads per episode, which is cool. Like, it's nice to have a show that people listen to, but it's like nowhere near where it needs to be to like actually make it into a thing. So instead, it's just yeah, this is a funsies hobby thing, and because it's relegated as a funsies hobby thing, it's like I can't really expand it more than it already is, unfortunately. It's not even a holiday. It's not even a Hallmark holiday. It's literally just, this is the day that we're going to make everything slightly cheaper for no particular reason. I mean, I've been getting emails saying it's Cyber Monday already, and I'm like, it's not even like, like what? Like, I've been getting emails saying Cyber Monday sales start now, and it's like, it's fucking November 2nd. Sawed off. Like, go away. Like, what are you even on about? We're not even remotely close to that yet. Stop it. Back up. Shush you. A remotely good deal on anything for Cyber Monday. I have actually. I bought my first solid state drive on Cyber Monday. Actually, it was like an $80 drive that was normally like $210. It's 256 gigabytes. That's, I think, the only thing I've ever bought on Cyber Monday. Oh, actually, that's not totally true. I bought this chair on Black Friday last year because it was $300 off and had free shipping. Retired Navy vet, what up? I mean, it's only 4 months away. You know, based on when my neighbors on the top floor on that side of the building put their Christmas lights up, we could start preparing for Valentine's Day now, and they would have started preparing for Christmas first because they've had their lights up since, like, September. Merchant is fighting with a buzzard. Says, amidst all of the conflict, I feel no terror. It was 12 years ago? They had Cyber Monday 12 years ago? Jesus. Also, Navy, how you been? Your forts are looking great, by the way. It's awesome to see how far you've come learning the game. Electronics and knickknacks for pennies? Maybe if you want to buy like a Mall Ninja warrior sword. I don't know. The actual sales that I'm looking forward to is the winter market is started up here. So every Friday and every Saturday, we now have a winter market down by City Hall, which is annoying because every Friday and every Saturday, the anti-vaxxers protest down by City Hall. Anyway, the winter market has started up again, which means I can go buy cheap fucking dessert wine, which is the best part about the fucking winter market is there's a winery from Abbotsford that has a little stall there, and they're like, yo, you want like some absolutely incredible dessert wine? Yeah, they got you. Garden cress leaves, red spinach, raspberries, prepared cowed brain, and apricot roast. Or wait, no, raspberries, red spinach, and that, and then prepared cow brain. I guess that's gonna be cow brain roast. It's like cow brain minced with raspberries, red spinach, and garden cress leaves, whatever a garden cress is. Sounds delicious. I don't even know what that is, Digital Dan. Had to restart where tortoises messed you up. Oh no! I mean, Navy, if you didn't know, you may already know this, but where creatures are not building destroyers. So if you have one door on the entrance to your fortress, you can just lock that door, and they will run up to the door and they can't get through. So always have like 4 doors or 1 door or something that is like somewhere on the way into the main part of your fort, so you can just lock that, or trapdoors, those also work. Trap it, lock it, and then they can never get into your fort. Desert. Or like just like a specific type of dessert wine. I don't know what type of dessert wine this is. They just like literally because I know very little about wine. I'm not gonna pretend I do. I know quite a bit about beer. I know very little about wine. Um, but this dessert wine, it's just this super 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 sweet raspberry wine. My parents actually made wine this year out of their grapes because they had this massive grapes plant, and they made a very 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 tart wine, which is super tasty. One bridge, be closed except for caravans. Then doors lock in normal transit. Fair enough, yeah. Olive wine once. Ooh. I've due to Dwarf Fortress and the fact that dwarves make wine out of mushrooms, I discovered that this exists. Mushroom wine. And how to make fermented fungus into wine. And I really want to try this now. Darren, thanks for the $2. Cheers, man. Like I want somebody to make me some mushroom wine and send it to me. Cause I don't want to do that in my tiny ass apartment, okay? Here's a link if you want it. Twitch doesn't understand that that's still works. Half of it's tracking anyway. But seriously, Darren, I hope you've been doing well. Thanks for $2. Thanks for helping keep this weird show funded. A couple bucks at a time. What, to send it to me? I mean, I have a friend in Canada who makes wine. I know a couple people actually who make wine. My parents included. Because I don't think you can legally ship alcohol across the border. Big sad. That, or at the very least, one of you guys need to make that and then tell me how it is. If you can afford a bottle. There's a cidery that makes mead that usually has mead at the local liquor stores around here. That's usually around like $15 a bottle. It's not bad for like a wine bottle size thing. Do you know how you make wine? Because that wouldn't work. It's like, it's not fermented yet. You try to buy cheap. See, when it comes to alcohol for me, I buy the expensive stuff because then I can like justify to myself to not like, because I very much have like addictive tendencies and I don't know my limit when it comes to things like that. Well, I mean, I do, but I don't care once I have it. So I'll just drink the whole bottle. So unless I've spent a lot of money on it, which, because like I have a few bottles of beer in my apartment, right? I've spent a lot of money on them and they're limited runs of things. And I'm not going to drink them until special occasions that are pre-designated. Otherwise, I will just drink them all. And then so I need to like forcibly limit myself in order to not run into trouble. So I kind of go out of my way to not buy cheap because I know that if I buy cheap, I'm just going to get that, and I don't like cheap wine. I also don't like cheap beer. It's kind of like a friend of mine used to work at a dispensary, and they told me a story about how they had this regular who would come in every day, every morning, and buy half a gram of weed, which is enough for like a very small joint, right? Like half a gram once a day. And they would only buy that much, and it would cost him way more than if he just bought an ounce, right? But apparently it was the only way he could stop himself from like just greening out all the time, was buying very small amount. Yeah, no, fair enough. I think we all kind of have our poisons that we pick when we buy the nice stuff. Whiskey and hard liquor, though, I will not have in my house. I can't have that stuff in my house. In order to smoke less, you tend to need to hoard. I just saw Given Birth to Triplets and I got very excited for a second there, and then I read Magma Crab and now I stopped being excited. Like, Dwarf give birth to triplets twice in Longdeath. What are the odds? Apparently pretty low. Really fucking low, it seems. How many rock pots have we made? Cool. Making good progress. Yeah, I don't know. I'm happy I never got particularly acquainted with smoking. Much to some of my friends' attempts, but never worked. Don't like the way it makes my throat feel. But only if the magma crab is male and fictional. I mean, I will be completely honest with you. I know very little about how magma crab anatomy works because I've never looked at it. You know, I should ask Tarn about triplets. I want to know. It's like, so how rare are triplets? What exactly does the rare litter rare mean? You know what he probably said? You know, I don't remember. That's probably what his response would be. Is, you know, I don't remember. I genuinely don't remember. You're in Canada, right, Magna? Because in Canada, it's illegal to pick mushrooms. It's perfectly legal to have them, to eat them and sell them, but it's illegal to pick them, which is hilarious to me. So, like, it's the one part of the legality that they haven't figured out yet. Yeah, but if it makes your anxiety go haywire, it doesn't matter, right? Like, if it stresses you out, even if it's not actually affecting it, that's not a benefit, right? Like, for me, weed shuts my brain off and lets me function better. But I know for some people, that shutting of the brain off gives them anxiety and stresses them out. So it doesn't really matter if it's affecting pre-existing conditions or not. If it raises your stress levels, it's not worth it. And I've known some people who have similar conditions to what Magna is talking about. Not identical, but like it definitely worsens pre-existing symptoms. So I don't know. If someone doesn't want to do a thing, don't make them do a thing. And cannabis can absolutely have some strong undesired effects. It definitely can, even if it's not a psychosis trigger. It absolutely can cause some things to happen in your brain that you're not expecting. It used to give you panic attacks? Yeah, I get you. Yeah, I've never had problems with that. I get panic attacks when I'm not on weed. I get panic attacks, night terrors, anxiety attacks, and severe depressive problems when I'm not using it from time to time. So, you know, my doctor straight up was like, yeah, that seems to be working for you. You should keep doing that. Whatever you're doing, keep doing it. Okay. I'll keep smoking weed. Thanks, doc. Absolutely. Although I don't actually smoke. I vape through water. So, like, it has, like, no effect on my throat. Dependent on strain. THC would do that. Although I had some auditory hallucinations last night, which was very strange. I've had this happen a couple of times, and I wasn't high last night either. Like, I'd had no weed. And I was just sitting there, and I was in bed. I eventually had a little bit later to help me fall asleep. But what kept happening, it was like 9 o'clock at night, and I was just trying to doze off. And I would fall asleep for like half a second and hear a thunderclap and wake up. And it wasn't raining. And it wasn't, well, it was raining outside, but it wasn't like thundery outside. So I'd like be, and I've heard about this happening before for like people having like sleep problems where like I'll fall asleep and I heard a loud noise, what sounded like a loud bang. I'd wake up and it would obviously be gone because it was, I dreamt it. And it just kept happening. It happened like 4 or 5 times in a row. It was getting really frustrating after a bit. It was the most annoying, like, I can't fall asleep thing I've ever had, because I was always like, okay, I can fall asleep. Bang! Okay, I'm awake now. And like 5 minutes would go by on the clock and be like, fine! Like every time I'd hope it's been like 4 hours or something, but no. So it actually took me a while to fall asleep last night. I ended up sleeping fine. My brain's making fun of you. Yeah, pretty much. It's like I just dream a loud noise and wake up again. It's like a reoccurring dream of like loud noises. That's usually your cat knocking glasses off a desk or something. No, see, like this is just like my brain like being like loud noises when there's no loud noises. Someone's gonna like comment on this VOD and be like, well, actually that's caused by this. And I'd be like, yeah, probably. You missed twice and woke up out of embarrassment. Nice. Excellent. I've definitely like woken myself up out of embarrassment before, but it's always been like, you know, the classic naked in public dream. Because I used to have that reoccurring when I was younger, and I definitely like woke myself up out of embarrassment a couple of times. It's kind of like the classic falling dream. You'd hit the ground and wake up. I've had that one too. Terrifying, I think you mean, Brander. Terrifying. The scariest thing in my life is my own brain. I've told my dad this a couple of times, and he goes, you know what, that makes a lot of sense. I agree. I'm sorry, man. That sucks. I used to get sleep paralysis a lot. Back when I was at peak caffeine addiction. Now I get it sometimes, but it's very infrequent. And I'm pretty good at waking myself up now when it happens. I kind of like roll myself over eventually. It's one of those things now when it happens, I'm like, oh shit. Well, fuck. Can't get up. But usually if I catch myself lucid dreaming, I just wake myself up because it's going to get dark quickly. And that doesn't happen very often. Peter has grown to become a child and can walk on their own. Look at that. Very few rare times where you fall asleep in the moment and kind of your eyes open and yelp and such, and you were horrified at absolutely nothing would happen, and you're like, what the fuck, brain? Yeah, no, absolutely. It's just like when I read stories of some people's like paranormal experiences, and I'm like, bitch, you've got like fucking sleep paralysis. Calm down. Like, you ain't seeing ghosts. You just got some a very major case of some minor sleep paralysis. You're fine. That's how I feel about most ghost encounters. Like whenever people are like, yeah, there was a figure standing at the end of my bed. It's like, only one? I'm very jealous of you. I definitely like had this thing happen a couple of months ago where I was like dreaming that I was trying to fall asleep. Like, you know when like you dream about a real life space? I was just dreaming that I was lying in bed staring at my ceiling, and I rolled over and there was a person standing next to my bed. And then I woke up and it was gone. I was like, oh, that was weird. I just went back to sleep. There's no such thing as a stupid question in Dwarf Fort. And he says to dig into a mountain site, but your cart isn't placed to one. Okay. It's like 3 tile thingies away with shift, so you're wondering if that distance is too far from the cart. Sorry if the... if you're not next to it, like... I guess I don't understand the question. Are you saying there isn't a map where you embarked, or there isn't one close by? Because dwarves can travel anywhere in your viewable space. So if you embarked somewhere, anywhere you can see with your screen, you can dig. But if you don't necessarily have a mountain to dig into, you can just dig straight down by hitting D and then hitting J, placing a down stair, holding shift and then greater than and less than symbols to move down a layer, and then building an up stair back up to it by hitting U, up stair, for 1 layer. And then you can dig 1 layer underground. Or 2 layers down by hitting I to make up downstairs. No problem. But yeah, dwarves can move anywhere on the map that you can see. So if you can see it, the dwarves can go there. Generally, unless there's something blocking their path. You had a dream that someone was under your bed, bent down to look, and saw yourself grinning at you. That's kind of awesome, actually. Why? This is where you wake up and then ask your wife why there, or like partner or whatever, why there's a mirror under the bed. My phone's flashlight suddenly turned on. What the fuck? My phone's flashlight just turned on for no reason. What the hell, phone? Just remember this, Mark. There is absolutely no dumb questions in Dwarf Fortress. Like, how do I build a door? Might sound like a dumb question, but it's actually quite a complex concept. So, like, just don't worry about it. There's no dumb questions in DF. Although, if it is a dumb question, it might take me a second to figure out exactly what you're asking. You had a night terror last night too. Did anyone sleep well last night? No one's gonna sleep well for like a week because we just had a what do you calls it? Daylight savings. Can they cross rivers? Depends on how big the river is. If it's a river like this one, and you hover over it, and it just says brook by hitting K. So if you hit K, and it says brook, yes, they can walk over it. Because it's only ankle deep. But if it says open space, and it's a darker blue, let's see if I can find a pit. I don't think I have any on this map, actually. I think I dug them all out. But if it looks more like this, and it says open space when you hover over it, they can't walk over it. You'll need to build a bridge. Also have 2 dead cows. My phone said it's too dark. I don't know. Like, it vibrated and then the flashlight turned on. My first time successfully building a table and making it into an office, I felt like a genius as well, Athros. A little tile set does wonders. Yeah, I mean, you don't need to know, you don't need a tile set that gives you a little character for every single thing, Mark. You just need a tile set that, like, makes the most important things visible, like doors, tables, and barrels, and that makes wrapping your mind around it a lot easier, unless you're used to just full, like, tiles, unless you're used to, like, full ASCII stuff from other games. Like, if you're not used to playing ASCII games, the best way to do is to kind of have a half-ASCII tile set. Yeah, a half-ASCII tile set, which will kind of, like, get you past the basics without, like, compromising the game at all. It was half ASCII that funny, Brander? I don't think it was. I mean, you could have just stopped at, I was at a Wendy's. That would be enough for me to have a panic attack at this point. So when you say night terror, do you mean like nightmare, or do you mean like night terrors as in that you start screaming uncontrollably while still asleep? Because, like, I'm just curious as to what you mean. Says you're screaming in your sleep? Huh. Because when I have night terrors, I don't remember the dream at all. Like, at all. Usually if I have a night terror, I'll just wake up and my tongue will be bleeding. Because I usually bite my tongue. You're using Mav's tile set? I'm so sorry. Sorry, I'm not a fan of Mav's tile set. But, you know, use what works. As long as you're not using the Masterwork launcher, because that thing is super out of date and can break your game if you're using the most recent version with that launcher. It's technically half-ASCII'd. I don't want to be that mean to Ultimate Adom. I don't like Ultimate Adom, but I don't want to be that mean. Yeah, see, I almost never remember my dreams, but that's because of the amount of THC in my system on an average day. That's kind of intentional. Something weirdish that's been happening not all along ago. It's on the melatonin pills. You know what's funny is, like, melatonin scares me more. melatonin actually scares me more than most drugs. Like melatonin is kind of scares me about as much as like condensed caffeine pills, which I used to take when I was younger, um, so that I could work like 17 hours a day with a commute. But I used to do that because it was like it was the only way that I could work full time, commute 2 hours each way, and stream and work a second job. It really isn't a game that you want to play and you don't like the direction. I really want to beat Ultimate 8 on once. I really want to finish that game, but I don't want to play it to finish it. And it really made it worse. Melatonin is like one of the few things I've never really made a habit of. My ex used to always take melatonin to sleep every night, and the number of side effects I get from melatonin is kind of terrifying. Like drowsiness, grogginess, upset stomach, headaches. I like not aware of where I am the next day and shit like that. Like I do not like melatonin. It really fucks with my brain. Most of your nightmares, you wake up and you're like, well, that was so rad. Really? I wish I could have your nightmares, wave depletion. No, it's not that. It's Meph's tile set is too detailed. So I actively find, like, I like the way the walls look in Meph's tile set, Mark, but actually playing it is very difficult. Take melatonin, magnesium powder, drink every night. I mean, if it works for you, right, Corey? I mean, if it works and if you can get some sleep, like, do what you got to do, right? What works for you isn't going to work for me, right? Because we're all different. You know, the chemical compositions of our brain is different, too. Like, for me, THC just knocks me out. And I know so many people are like, yeah, if I take THC or any kind of weed product before I go to bed, they don't get a lick of sleep. And then for me, it's like, yeah, I know, I just get a little bit stoned and I just conk out immediately. Like, it's the only way. Like, I could go to bed at 8 o'clock a little bit stoned and wake up like 10 hours later and be super happy. Whereas if I wasn't, I would not come anywhere close to waking up that much later. So if I don't take anything, it's like 6 hours tops that I'll get. So yeah, absolutely. That's my argument as well, Stone. It's like when people are just like, "Oh yeah, you do dream, you just don't remember." It's like, well, then I'm not dreaming. It's like exactly like that. That literally is my definition of not dreaming is not remembering a dream. It's like, of course, yes, of course, I dream and I don't remember it. Doesn't make any difference to my brain though. My brain says I don't dream, so thus I don't dream. Yeah, it's probably because the prescription one is way stronger, would be my guess. I know. Try cutting those pills in half. Like, try taking a half dose. See if it still helps. Right before the boss. If I had any tips for Dante, I'd probably be playing Jupiter Hell more. My way to consistently get through Dante is don't try to clear Dante. Unless you're absolutely broken. Is just I usually just try and stealth through Dante. Especially on hard and ultra violence, I just try and sneak through. Or just run through. Get high dodge and run. If you see... Oh, make sure you have like 3 poison grenades for Medusas. If you have those, you'll be in a pretty good spot. Early summer. Means humans should be showing up to trade pretty soon. My dreams usually involve family members or loved ones dying in horrible ways. Or myself dying in horrible ways. Those are usually my dreams. And Arthur Sojaljonik, once again. Genius basements. Disembowelment, is that, or disemboweled, or whatever the name of this person is. Genius basements arrives once again. The human. We shall jump down to you. Go down here. Go over to here. Hit G. Hit S. Roll down. X. Go yep. Export of rings is prohibited. That we can abide by. You know, I still get exam and schoolwork dreams. Like, I haven't even been in a school in close to a decade now. With that trade search, if you hit X, you can search by used clothing. I mean, chat taught me that, so I gotta help you sometimes. Yes, but that's not what I think of when I think of a school. Axon. But yes, I do. It's the, oh god, I forgot to study! You know, we have a word for that in the biz, Cordy. We call that PTSD. Mild PTSD. But yeah, no, I think everybody's had that sort of dream before, the scary thing that you thought that you'd finish doing. Although these days it's less of a that and more of a I forgot to sign a thing. Like if I'm gonna have like a I forgot to do a thing dream, like the I forgot to study for an exam dream is kind of rare for me these days. Usually these days it's much more of a, it's much less of a conducting a meeting. Hey. Oh, that makes sense. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What request do you have of the merchants? As same as last time's is I want all of the cheese. Not even joking. We're literally trading for cheese. But yeah, no, these days it's much more of a I forgot to sign a contract for a thing. Like if I'm gonna have the oh no I forgot to do a thing, it's the I forgot to do a thing for work now, which for streaming is like I forgot to sign a contract, I forgot to respond to an email or some of that stuff. So now you're gonna go put that strawberry. I think that's a strawberry. Strawberry, yeah, pile of strawberries into a barrel, and then you're gonna go trade probably. And then the bear bites me and I wake up. Yeah, no, I've been there. Recurring thing that is scary to you in your dreams is computers and video games going glitchy and corrupted and behaving strangely. I guess that might be from reading too many gaming creepypastas. Yep, definitely. That definitely comes from creepypastas. I mean, I am kind of a walking creepypasta in some ways. I've talked about this before, but I see shit out of my bad eye. Like, I have one eye that doesn't work at all, right? My right eye doesn't work at all. It sees some light, and that is it, right? But even though I know it doesn't see anything, and I know it doesn't work, oh, hey, Peter withdraws from society, the child. Old baby Peter. He's gonna go make us an artifact. Good luck, child. My right eye creepypasta equals scary lasagna. Yeah, I mean scary lasagna is much worse than creepypasta. Yeah, this eye doesn't work at all, right? So I see some light and I can sort of see some motion, but my brain will see things, especially when I'm outside, and it'll interpret it as things. So like I'll be outside and I'll be like on a walk and I'll see a person standing there and I'll know it's just like my eye interpreting some light. Child claims a craft store shop. Good stuff. I know that it's just my eye, like my brain interpreting some light that I'm seeing out of my bad eye, but my bad eye tells me there's a person there, and I look and there's never a person there. I used to, like, there's been a couple of times when, like, I've been out for a run or something a number of years ago, and I would see, like, a bear or, like, a coyote or something, and I'd look over and I'd, like, trip because, like, I'd think that I saw something, but I didn't. And that's been just happening my entire life. Having partial vision in, or minimal partial vision in one eye is creepy sometimes. Or just you being naked somewhere in public without people noticing somehow and freaking you out. Yeah, whenever I have those dreams, because I get that dream every now and again, or a dream like that every now and again, just like, oh God, I'm naked in public. I usually just wake myself up out of embarrassment. Hey, Kay Bailey, those things. We're talking about creepy nightmares and waking up, or waking yourself up because you're too embarrassed. Also discussing the difference between creepy pasta and scary lasagna. Well, thank you for taking notes. There will be a test. God, that's actually like a line that scares me. Good that you're taking notes, because there will be a test, and that's when I haven't even started taking notes yet, and I'm just like, ah, fuck. Guess I gotta start taking... Hey, look, Call of Duty meat. That's when I need to start taking notes, usually. Cheese, there we go. And then it woke you up. Yeah. I don't know. I don't really remember my dreams very often. And when I do, they're like pretty normal. And then I wake up with like a fingernail missing because I like bit it off in my sleep, and my fingernail will be in my mouth. Shit like that. Or like I'll wake up and my tongue will be bleeding, or my lips will be bleeding because I was biting them. That kind of fun stuff. And then I usually just put in my retainers, which just kind of stops me from doing that anyway, which is kind of a benefit of also having retainers. I have this one like vivid memory of a dream that I had when I was little of a giant bee chasing me. How do you cancel a digging job? So if you had a digging job, let's just say it looks like that, right? And you're like, man, it's there now. Fuck, what do I do? Hit D, hit X for remove designation. There you go. And if you say had something building, like let's just say a piece of wall, so I will start a piece of wall building right there. Let's say you had that piece of wall building and you want to cancel it, hit Q, select it, and then hit X. It goes away. Yeah, no, D, just D and then X. Does C even, C doesn't do anything in that menu. Oh, like C for cancel? Yeah, that makes sense. And into a wasp's nest. Hold on a second. Was it above the trampoline? So like, and then your head got stuck in it kind of shit? What? Why? It's an odd one. Guess I can see it though. Are apocalypse scenarios? I mean, that's just the start of a video game usually. I mean, I would have too. One of my earliest memories actually was me stepping on a wasp's nest. It will never leave my brain. According to my mom and dad, I was 4. And I will never forget just like walking up like a little rocky beach next to a stream and then just hearing this buzzing sound and looking down and seeing my leg covered in wasps. That memory will never leave my brain. Like, I could get dementia and forget everything in my later years, and I will still remember that. That will never leave my brain. There will never be a day in my life where I forget that. Although, if I were to choose something to forget, I would pick that. Like, if I could have that, it's just like, Forget this. Like, if I could get those, one of those Men in Black face things, like erase something from my brain, I would erase that. No questions asked. No questions asked. All right, so how many dwarves are still bringing stuff for trading? Most of it's done. So if I this, offer that, turn that back on, trader. No making meals, that's fine though. Did you know that Europeans used to drink human skulls to maintain immortality and heal diseases? They would take human skulls and they would crush them with a mortar and pestle and then grind them down with cow manure and horse manure, and then make a beverage out of it. Fact. Let's see if I can find that article for you. Here we go. That's the article. There's a link. Atlas Obscura, one of my favorite websites in existence. Such a good website. So much good random crap on there. In fact, to a point where where there was a, especially like during the 100 Years' War, there was a cottage industry of people that would run to old battlefields and harvest skulls and sell them to be drank. I feel like someone needs to make a video game out of that and call where like a gritty like war game where you're just like picking over corpses and taking skulls off of bodies. I will drink your skull? Did they say I will drink from your skull or something? I'll be honest, I can't remember what that voice line used to say. Played 13 hours of Dwarf Fortress Saturday. Jeez. You also set up your own embark. And the last thing that popped up was, you are now a baron and your brain was fried. Well, that's good. Sounds like you are doing well, or terribly. In that case, considering you are under siege and you are a barony now. I think all I can really say is clap, 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 clap. Well done.
I will drink from your skull.
Yeah, he meant to say, I will drink your skull. Yeah. To achieve immortality and cure diseases. My favorite comment on that video is, this is how my boss greets me every morning. I will drink from your skull! Also, Peter has begun a mysterious construction and is using iron bars, raw green glass, brass bars, unicorn leather, rough black zircons, unicorn leather, alpaca wool cloth, and obsidian. Which is perfect. Get to it, child. Make us something good. You know, I'm not gonna lie. That guy who says I will drink from your skull sounds kind of like a knockoff Arnold Schwarzenegger. Speaking of Arnold Schwarzenegger, allegedly, actually, hold on. Supposedly Arnold Schwarzenegger had a Hummer converted to electric. Yeah. He has the first ever electric Hummer H1. Which is terrible, by the way, but also awesome. If anybody wants to see a picture of Arnold Schwarzenegger next to an electric Hummer. It's also like a big enough car to put plenty of batteries in, so. If a child makes an artifact, do they also get legendary? Yes. Assuming it's a Fey mood and not a possession. If it's a possession, they do not. Because if it's a possession, then they don't get any skills from it. It's a Fey mood, yes. Or hypothetically a Fel mood, but that's very rare. M coffee cups since 1994. The skulls of your enemies are much more environmentally friendly than plastic cups. Just the skulls of your enemies are significantly more environmentally friendly than plastic cups. No, I agree. Really are. Best of luck with that big investment, K. Bailey. I mean, it's a pretty good coffee cup. I like it, Aaron. I like it. Best of luck on the investments this time. Hopefully bot actually pays somebody out and doesn't just run with the money. Mama didn't raise no punk bitch. I mean, Mama might have raised a poor gambling punk bit, but yeah. Good luck. That's all I really's got to say is. Speaking of good luck, the Dwarven child, Peter III, has created Nazol Mythal Shiselzon, an obsidian earring, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Moral Postbalance. I have no idea how we got obsidian. It's worth 64,800 Zathal. This is an obsidian earring. All craftsdwarfship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with emerald-cut black zircons and decorated with unicorn leather, and encircled with bands of alpaca wool and tabled-cut green glass gems and iron. This object is adorned with hanging rings of brass and menaces with spikes of unicorn leather. On the item is an image of diamonds and obsidian. That seems beautiful. I really like that one. Now let's just see if I can find it. Here it is. That's some heavy earring, probably. Obsidian's pretty heavy, isn't it? Pretty sure obsidian's heavy. You have people at work that every morning come into work and grab a new styrofoam cup, just bring one from home and wash it. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. I mean, there's a pretty interesting video that James Hoffman, who's a coffee person on YouTube, made about the reusability and practicality of reusable cups in coffee shops and how bad they actually are for the environment. It's very interesting and enlightening. They're not as bad as you might think. They are not the worst waste. The actual concern is the lids. The cups themselves aren't that big of an issue. I wish that, like, there was a coffee shop that used to be close to here, which unfortunately closed. So they were the only ones that did this. But they had paper cups like any other coffee shop. But they also had these little, like, plastic lids that they would sell that were made out of kind of like a reusable kind of stretchy plastic. that would fit over most paper cups. And if you brought it in with you, you could use that lid instead of their lids. But they closed down, and unfortunately, the little lid that I bought from them for $3 doesn't fit on the coffee cups that the local coffee shop that I go to now has. So, kind of sucks, but not much I can really do about it. What do you want to eat for decent meals? Prefer to consume hair. Well, tomato wine and cow's milk. Okay, hold on. I can milk a cow. Milk. Put that to 0 for a bit. You're a floating freak. Now that's just mean to yourself. But good win, Magna and K Bailey. Rip everybody else. Yeah. God damn. Apologies for the, like, no apparent reason yawns. How's things, Squug? How you feeling? I hope you're feeling better. I like having you around a whole bunch, but I do hope that you start to feel better soon. Up and down. I got you. Get you, man. You're still feeling something in your throat? Yeah, I get you. I do think that part of it is, like, a lot of people, oh, what's the word? I do feel like a lot of people kind of didn't get sick for a really long time due to being incredibly cautious, which is good. And now everybody's immune system is way worse, so things like somebody who works with my friend Kevin has a really, really bad case of strep throat because he got a cold for the first time in 2 years and immediately came down with really bad case of strep throat. And so now is just like out of commission at work for until further notice due to strep throat. Yeah, I know in your case it's not something viral, but like I know a bunch of people that have gotten like weirdly sick with things that are not COVID. Like, yeah, I'm sick with what? The most boring ass cold you've ever had. Got a little bit of a food coma. I need to get back into working out. I haven't really exercised in the last like 3 weeks. So that I can have a food coma again and not feel bad about it. Your doctor looked at it and said she's not too concerned about it. Well, at least your doctor's not concerned about it. That's got to be some hope, right? I don't know. I can relate to the not knowing about weird body issues. And kind of the hard to tell nature of it. You know, Lumpy's had some rough life, but Lumpy genuinely loves her job when she's working. Genuinely loves her job when she's working. Problem is everything else. I mean, I had a mild sore throat about 3 weeks ago, Aqua, and I talked to my doctor about it, and she said, don't bother getting a COVID test because you don't have a single COVID symptom, but she's like, but do keep an eye on it because, like, nobody's had a cold in a while. So, yeah, I think I had a cold already this year. I did get my flu shot, though. So hopefully don't get that. Weird things in the body can swell. So, I don't know. If, like I said, if doctor's not concerned about it, I wouldn't be too concerned about it. Just don't Google it, whatever you do, because it'll tell you you're going to die. Ha ha ha. Axon. I found a cyst in your brain. That's terrifying. It's the concept of a cyst in your brain. I've talked about this before, but I almost died because of a cyst once. Yeah, quite literally. The last time I looked up a symptom for a thing was because I had a rash on my arm, and it literally told me I had skin cancer. And then after about 10 more minutes of research, I found out it was just a mild rash from overexposure to something. Like I was having mild allergic reactions to the detergent I was using for my clothes, so I used half of a dose on the next time I ran the dryer, and I had no problems after that. But you don't think it's working. I know that, like, I can't remember if we've been over this before, but do you have mold in your apartment? Because that almost sounds like black mold. Like, I have, I used to know somebody who you might actually remember, Squawk, named FM Scan Radio. Do you remember that guy? Anyway, he was local to me, and he had an apartment that he moved into, and he had kind of weirdly similar symptoms to the ones you're describing. It kind of felt like he had a cold all the time, massive fatigue problems, inflammation in the throat and swelling, nasal problems, and all that. And it just kind of kept going and going and going. And then he lifted up his mattress, and like underneath his bed was just like black mold all the way up the wall. So, I mean, like, it might not even necessarily be in your apartment. It could just be in the walls. Like, it could be underneath your apartment. It could be in your neighbor's apartment. It could be affecting you. I don't know. Like, maybe worth looking into. Because, like, black mold can really fuck up your lungs and your body. And unfortunately, it's, like, oddly common. Especially in rental units. You see, once you've become the mold, then the pain goes away, but then you're no longer alive. Yeah, no, this is like you don't get cold symptoms from that. It's literally just fatigue and inflammation in your nose and throat. Is all that you get from black mold. There are Marines. You moved into a barracks that had black mold everywhere. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. Okay, Bailey, where was that, if I can ask? That can't have been, like, humane. That's awful. So sorry. Oh, the humans are finally leaving, and it looks like they're shooting at buzzards on their way out. Yeah, that sucks. Was your first task to clean it? Actually, apparently one of my neighbors was having some problems in this building with black mold, but that's because he grows exotic tropical plants. So he keeps his apartment at very, very, very high humidity. Oh, that sucks. Okay, Bailey, I'm so sorry. That's the worst. Yeah, absolutely not. You had to clean the entire barracks? I mean, at least it's a living, right? Yeah. I am becoming floating head. Well, floating head with floating hands. Can you even see my body in this camera at this point, or do I just look invisible? Yeah, kinda. I'm in comfy mode. Gotta be like 10 degrees Celsius in here, it's kinda chilly. I am floating head. Spooky. I mean, you know the reality of this is I'm always spooky. Always spooky season here. You know, I just realized there's a plug-in behind me. I could plug the Ghetto Blaster in right there behind me. and pick it up that way. I could absolutely do that. At this point, I just need a tape with like an hour's worth of thank yous for resubs. You know, chat. I was kind of thinking about like dumb ways that I could use that ghetto blaster, and one of the like legit the best thing that I can think of that I can do is I can record a tape that's just thank you for resubs, and record a tape that's just thank yous for tips, and record a tape that's thank yous for hype trains, and then I could just do this. Instead of saying thank you, which is way more effort and very stupid. Especially because one of those days I'm going to drop it. Wait, what didn't keep the spaces? But first I need to fully repair that tape deck. Because I don't want it to like burn itself out. That would not be ideal. Vengeful when joining an existing conflict. Really? Didn't feel anything after seeing a buzzard's dead body. Well, that's good. Certainly hope you didn't. I'm just happy that you guys like the ghetto blaster. Well, we need to figure out some way of working that into the stream. Oh, also, if anybody comes up with dumb incentives for December, let me know. There's already the X number of tips put on Santa hat every day. That's already in the works. And hopefully I'll have more cassette deck belts by December. Should feel joy in seeing a dead, bloody bastard that steals our meals. Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree. I mean, doesn't feel anything is about the same. Oh, you mean like before the emote? I mean, there's a way to do that, which is this. That'll do it? No, it actually like ate it on my screen apparently. I know somebody who has an emote that's just a single pixel like this. Hey chat, can we get a round of beers? Because I don't think my chat's updating. Type in the word beer. Okay, no, it is updating. How come it's only updating on the bot when I type? Test. Now it works. Weird. Okay. I was trying to type in an emote to test something, but it like wasn't letting me type in. And then the line where Jimmy said I wanted to have a floating head only popped up in my bot and didn't pop up in my stream chat. Anyway. Now there's a round of beers. I need to see. God, this fort is like not much happening these days. If anybody ever ends up making a Longdeath wiki, this is going to be a bunch of episodes that's like, good discussions, nothing happens in the fort. This episode, 4 dwarves die. This name, this name, this name. That's it. Nothing else of note. Cool artifact gets made, that's it. God, blind spot is so distracting. Spaces they get... Yeah. Twitch doesn't like you holding down spacebar a whole lot. Probably to stop people from like posting copy pastas. Because nobody likes to see Mario shitting in Twitch chat. Is a discussion on cheese and 3 dwarves died? Yes. Well, fortunately I didn't, of course. So we are safe because I didn't do 3-minute episodes. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You can also do that with rocket launchers, although there's a chance they'll collide with the rocket launcher, which is not actually good for your health. Or the rockets will collide with the dwarf, which is not good for your health. That's what I was trying to say. Shoutouts to the dead buzzard over there. It's in a spot where dwarves can't get to it. Let's get that buzzard corpse out of here. How many hours do you have in Jupiter Hell now, Axon? I'm curious if you've surpassed me yet. $217? Damn, you haven't surpassed me yet? Wow. Andros has cooked a masterpiece. Well, at the very least, we have a new cook. Art is good. A game that I can't wait to play again is Soul Ash. Can't wait until that game actually gets like a full-on Steam release. Oh, speaking of games that are out now, Forza Horizon 5 is out now. And it has mixed reviews. Would you look at that? I wonder why. I might install that and play that off stream a bit. I like this negative reviews. This negative review from somebody on Forza Horizon, which is, I thought this was going to be a racing game, but it's just 90% Mexicans yelling in your ear via unskippable dialogue and cutscenes at volume levels you cannot change, and 10% of it is driving on shitty dirt roads. I don't know why I find that so funny, but that is just too fucking funny to me. But yeah, that sounds like a AAA game. It sounds like a AAA game. You're a little depressed, Cyril. How about make you a tavern keeper instead of a scholar? See if that helps you at all. There's some forbidden objects in here. Bunch of pots to get put away. Well, now you're serving some wine. Let's see how that job makes you feel. We'll check in on you in like 15 minutes, Dwarf. Let's force everybody in here until we run out of booze again. Yeah, another thing that I got to play a little bit of now, which I'm very happy I finally got to play it, is Age of Empires. Very happy with the little bits that I've played of that game. There is part of me that kind of wants to stream the campaign for that game, but frankly, I fear that streaming the campaign for that game would be very unpleasant. It's not that I don't trust you guys, it's that I really don't trust you guys. So it's just not something I've gotten around to playing. Just not something I've gotten around to playing. on stream anyway. I don't know if I'm going to. Blizzard has stolen the cow tallow roast. How horrible. How horrible. So did you guys hear that EA Games might be losing the FIFA license? So FIFA might stop being called FIFA at some point, which is kind of whack to think about. Genuinely kind of whack to think about. Because FIFA is a crazy corporation that wants way more money from EA Games, who somehow are not making enough money from FIFA as a product, which I think is insane that they're somehow not making enough money off of that thing. So they might go the way of Pro Evolution Soccer, where it stops having officially licensed teams. Might. This is kind of stuff that's in talks right now, which is crazy when you think about it. Absolutely crazy when you think about it. And again, stuff like that happens in games pretty frequently, is like, oh, well, this shouldn't happen this way, but then it does. I'm just trying to keep the chat moving. Got kind of quiet for a minute there. So if there's anything anybody wants to talk about, any kind of conversations is helpful. We are currently in late summer, and it like crashing towards fall. It's a good time of year, after all. Yeah, but I feel like football, because Football Manager is like ingrained enough as its own thing that it doesn't really matter at this point, whereas if FIFA loses the actual FIFA license, that's kind of crazy. Farsenal. Yes. I mean, they're going to end up like this. eFootball! Which is, a thing. Which, by the way, is free to play now, which is bizarre. Where's eFootball? Where'd you put your eFootball, Konami? Can't find your eFootball. I guess it's just the one game I have ignored, so. Yeah, this thing. eFootball. Okay, looks funky. Is pulling license from money-grabbing video game producer that's interesting? Potentially pulling license. Unless they can come to an agreement on their terms. In which case, 2021 might be the last, you know, branded FIFA game. Hello, do it. How's things? How is things? Of a whiteboard desk? Please explain the concept a little more. Do you mean like a desk with a desktop that's just a whiteboard? So you can write on your desk? Seems like a really good to get washable marker on your wrists. I don't know. I have like sticky tabs on my desk that I write on. Yeah, I feel like that would like be really impractical and crappy. Why, did you find one for sale or something, or did it just like pop into your brain? I feel like just having a note, maybe I would have to ask Kiri what she thinks, but like just having a notepad on your desk would be significantly more useful. Yeah, I think like a blackboard with chalk could be more useful, but still, I think that like it would become unusable real quick. I feel like if you want a whiteboard, just have a whiteboard next to your desk, and then wear yoga pants, right? And then whenever somebody subscribes, you stand up and bend over to write on the whiteboard, right? And then you sit back down, and then somebody else subscribes, and you stand up and you write their name on the whiteboard. That's much better use for whiteboard instead of like writing it on a desk, because then no one can see it. It's all in the yoga pants, actually, is the real value of the purchase. That's oddly specific. Do I want to talk about it? Not particularly. Autumn has come, which means it's time for annual tributes. Stone heads up its paperwork clock. Yeah, exactly. No one can see your yoga pants if you're just writing on your desk. Exactly. Exactly. Although, Axon, might I introduce you to this weird, archaic technology of a pen and a clipboard? Much more efficient note-taking that you don't accidentally erase with your hands on than writing it on your desk. Or do the look mum no computer thing and just, like, draw it on your wrist. Or on the back of your hand with a pen. And both of the annual tributes have arrived. Fair enough. I do most math on my computer. Business smart? Because you're not... Yeah, you don't need to look business smart. You just need to look like smart business. I feel like business smart is some, like, human's last name in Dwarf Fortress. Hot brand it onto the hand. Yeah, but then it's hard to remove it later, though. You'd have an A in this fucking class if you could use a calculator for the algebra. Who's going to prove that you didn't? So get a better calculator. In-person exams? Boo! It's weird. He got A's in everything, but then when it came time for the written exams, he failed it all. It's very strange. Might as well give him a passing grade anyway, because all of his practicals were so on point. I mean, I have a solution for this problem, Axon. Don't go to school. Get a fucking job. Slapped your stream for a second. That's funny. Let me know when you're ready for me to roll. It's not a fucking algebra class? Then what is it? Then is it an algebra fucking class? If it's not a fucking algebra class, then what is it? A water buffalo and a guinea cock. Look at that. They brought us dinner. What does slap your stream for a second? Did I make it buffer? No, but have you heard about Prime Gaming, Axon? It allows you to get ad-free viewing for 30 days from this channel. Speaking of ad-free viewing, by the way, chat, I completely disabled the automated ads in favor of pre-rolls again because I had enough instances where I was talking to somebody and then they had to then they lost the end of the conversation because of the automated ads kicked in. And frankly, it was the difference between getting about 90 cents in ad revenue a day and getting about $1 or about $2 in ad revenue a day. So honestly, I will leave that money on the table. I'll be okay without it. Even though Twitch is actively paying me less these days, I would rather have better conversations that don't get halted in the middle by the internet just deciding that it is time for ads to play. So, holy crap, they moving slow. Yeah, but it's always at the worst effing time. Yeah, but the picture-in-picture mode still mutes the stream, right? So it doesn't matter. Like, even if it goes into picture-in-picture mode's fine if you're watching a streamer who doesn't talk a lot. Like, if you're watching, like, I don't know, somebody who's just, like, more gameplay-oriented, right? Like, if you're watching, like, a competitive stream, it doesn't matter that much, right? But because my stream is so talk show-oriented and talking-oriented, it, like, It's a waste of time. Oh yeah, absolutely. Great on toast too, Aqua. Great on toast. Although it's always the termite brain that blows my mind. That's concerning. Let's let the dwarves put stuff away for a minute. But yeah, it theoretically, most of the time does put it into picture-in-picture mode. My annoyance is that it mutes the stream. If it only muted the stream by about 70%, that would be fine. Yeah, that's miasma, which is why I'm letting them put stuff away. It's probably rotting corpses in the butcher shops. Like most time, most certain it is. That's also miasma. Dwarves are just putting stuff away, though. But yeah, so I'm electing to not be greedy and give up extra money because it's just, it doesn't seem worth it. Oh, it's definitely cattle and unicorn. Is definitely the type of animals that it is. It's chopped up livestock. So, in the grand scheme of things, it's kind of fun. It is kind of fine. Just waiting for another dwarf to come and pull that lever again. There you are. Bonk. Cool. Yeah, all of these ones that's like rotten yak kidney, paired unicorn, something. That's what's stinking. Yeah, but dwarves don't eat intelligent life. So there is no cannibalism among dwarves. Because dwarves are respectful creatures, unlike you, apparently. That's actually like one of my biggest pet peeves is casual jokes about cannibalism in the RimWorld community. Part of the reason I can't stand the game anymore. But don't make me hate this community as well. I actually liked algebra when I did algebra. I don't remember any of it, though. I just remember enjoying it. It was one of the few math puzzles that I actually liked. See, I do it. Keep the cannibal jokes in the RimWorld streams, yeah? Keep them out of my channel. That's a pretty fair little warning, I think. But yeah, no, that's generally like the pain of doing math problems, right? Axon? It's just one tiny little error and then suddenly your entire formula is fucked, and when your entire formula is fucked, you fail math class. And it sucks. I get it. I do get it. But yeah, there is cannibalism in Dwarf Fortress, but it's ceremonial cannibalism amongst specific species that are not dwarves. And it's no more or less fucked up than, you know, humans used to eat their own dead in various cultures around Earth. So it's not a joke, and it's not funny, and it's not amusing, and it's not something I ever want to see memes about or for. It's something that happens in Dwarf Fortress, but it's not something that the player does. I almost failed an algebra class that I had to take a in-person test for when I was in school. That was 3 years above where I was supposed to be. And the reason they almost failed me was because I did the answers in my head, and so I didn't write anything down. I just eyeballed it, stared at it, and then wrote the answer down on the page. And because I didn't show my process, they failed it, or wanted to fail it. Which to this day is one of the most, like, bullshit moments of my whole life. Because I'm just like, really? Like, I just looked at these and wrote down the answers, and that apparently is too much. Chat, we got one. Imlish Dibesh Dusim. The merchant has given birth to a girl. Brand new baby girl. Does anybody want to be this brand new baby girl in Z Fortress? Maffol and Imlish. I think Dragons claimed it. Dragon, is this 4? I think. I think this is 4. Ma, she says. She was born today, which makes her very young indeed. Her somewhat short, small-lobed ears are flattened, and her coupled eyes have large irises. She has a high voice, and her narrow nose is upturned. She is average in size, and her head is somewhat short. Her hair is a crew, and her medium-length hair is arranged in double braids. Her skin is sandy taupe. She personally lacks respect for family, and greatly respects the shrewd and guileful, and sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. And I'm going to stop doing this voice before I lose it. She is impeccably curious without any respect for property or privacy, and she feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards. She has a strong sense of duty, and she is given to flights of fancy to the point of distraction. She is incredibly brave in the face of looming danger, to perhaps a bit foolhardily, especially such as stealing cookies from the cookie jar. She rarely looks at others with lust. Well, yeah, she's a baby, and she is sometimes cruel. She accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation, preferring to act as the current situation demands. She tends to hang onto grievances and finds helping others emotionally rewarding. Generally finds herself to be hopeful about the future and tends to consider what others think of her. She has a greedy streak, and she tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and always takes a deep breath whenever she's surprised. Her tongue sticks out when she's trying to remember something, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. No, she wouldn't. Because her parents are 2 merchants, so absolutely no relationship to the previous dwarf. Absolutely none. Perhaps the parents simply named her after a legendary mama dwarf from times long past. Can I check out your lineage? Don't be disappointed, because you will be. Well, maybe not that disappointed. You do have some grandparents. Sparky and Apostle are your grandparents. And then Zanny66 and Vagario on the other side. Sparky's family member. Sparky was related to Axon the First. So your great-great-grandmother is Axon the First, who had 12 children. Stone, cheers Jamie, who became our mayor. Peter Selly, Packers, Goats, Hot Cup of Tea, Wave Thrash, Jack Nurick the Third, and was romantically involved with somebody, but also was married, had a husband, and had at one point 12 lovers. Great grandkid. Great-great-grandkid. Not grandkid. Great-great-grandkid. "12 lovers and a husband, yeah. And she was in charge of my military. Axon the First was. I have absolutely no idea, Dragon Man. Like, I could go searching through every single one of these, but, like, I'll be completely honest with you, dude. I think that you think I follow these family trees way closer than I actually do, because I really don't. Most of the dwarves in the fortress these days are children from either the kind of Blue Water family lineage, which is like the Axon family lineage, or other places. Like most of these family histories are kind of dying out, and most of your children are passed. So, yeah, I don't know. Like I think people seem to think that these family trees are more set in stone than they actually are. Some of them do actually die out, and yours is kind of died out. There's somebody who was related to you. Dragon Man. Nervicious and Vuzel Vuzel. Vuzel Vuzel was your eldest daughter, who died of old age, who never really had any family. Yeah, basically all of your family is dead these days. They've all either died from old age. You actually had 2 kids that became mayors. Clay and Sparkly both became mayors. But yeah, no, it's so long ago. Like I couldn't tell you. Like honestly, I couldn't tell you. Not to be an ass about it, Dragon, but like genuinely, like if you want to know, download the save file and have a look for yourself at some point, because like I can't follow all of this stuff anymore. I'm more concerned about just keeping the fort alive these days instead of very closely following the families. You're not being a bother. It's just, if you want to know, download the save from year 300 and have a look, because then you'll find out. Instead of asking me like once every 3 weeks, because I don't know. I don't know in my head who's related to who. Couldn't tell you. Couldn't tell you. Like, there are some family trees in this fort that I'm able to keep track of still, but they're very few. Especially because you're largely asking me about stuff that happened 6 months ago, real time. Like, I don't know. Do you remember one dwarf from a fort that you had in a fort 6 months ago? Do you remember the people that came from that dwarf? No, not really. Like, I know what happened in the last, like, 2 years of this fortress pretty well, and I can keep track of that, but I cannot keep track of, like, great-great-grandparents. Pretty much, yeah. What'd you eat for lunch on March 3rd, 2021? Absolutely. It's like, what do I look like? I mean, I realize I look like a psychopath probably, but I'm not that much of a psychopath. What's up, Lord Eki? How's things? I will tell you this much. March 3rd, 2021, I probably had a lot more viewers than I do now. I'm so sorry for your loss, Dragon Man. Jeez. Having to eat Domino's. Blech. Disgusting. It's not even a fun game. Terrible pizza, too. Where's that mold coming from? No! Okay, Bailey, that sucks. As somebody who worked in fast food for 9 years, I hate everything that could be considered fast food, Digital Dan. Hey, Bumblebed. It's a fun name to say. I'm surprised you made it through the first 2 episodes. It's a long haul, so best of luck if you're planning on watching any more. There's a lot of it. One of the most interesting compliments I actually got about Longdeath recently was while I was premiering the Rift Wizard video that I put up on Sunday. There was a person who said that they download my videos and watch them while working because they don't have internet while working, and they go away for work for long periods of time. So they download like 3 months worth of videos and use them to fall asleep, which I think is kind of crazy. While playing DF yourself, I've had some people tell me that they do that. If you do me a huge favor and leave comments as you progress through, because I do read all the comments I see. Even if I don't respond to them, I do read them. You know, it's kind of neat seeing people like actually take the plunge and attempt to make it through Longdeath. Because we learned recently that there is more hours of Longdeath than there's hours of the Pokemon anime, which is bonkers to me. So, you know, just realize you could watch all of Longdeath or you could watch all of Pokemon. I don't know what's better for your like mental health and life expectancy, but you could do one of those two things with your life. But I very much appreciate you stopping by and saying hi. Because, like, you know, the YouTube stuff is very much a side hustle for me. You could do both on 2 monitors? Now you just need a 3rd monitor. And then a 4th and then a 5th monitor. Then you can watch the episodes forwards and backwards at the same time. It's just the ultimate content consumption. 3rd monitor to play DF. Yeah, one to watch me, one to watch the VOD, and then one to play DF. And finally a projector, and 2 flat screen TVs. And an extra computer just for mining Ethereum that heats your room. And a 4th computer that does nothing but mine Ethereum and produces enough heat so that you can cook on it, naturally. And that's how the world ends. It kind of, I don't know why, but that sentence kind of reminds me of this photo that I saw, which was where we have record cold temperatures and I'm not going to die today. And it was just a picture of somebody with a gas burner stove and all of the gas was turned on to absolute maximum, right? Internet of Things? No, Internet of IoT means lots of, I don't know. Anyway, and they had all the burners turned on the stove, and then one of those giant like round fans at the back of the stove, just blowing the heat from the stove into the rest of the living space. And they're like, "I'm not gonna die tonight." I'm like, man, that's a level of desperation I don't believe I've ever encountered. All right, now that miasma's gone, can lock the dwarves back up in the tavern. Get back up into the tavern, dwarves. But, you know, outside of Longdeath, there's also Reign of Terrors, which I just finished up, which is the Halloween fort, which I think had a pretty epic finale, personally. Save files available, too, if you want to go play with it. Quite happy with how that whole series wrapped up as well. We'll have to do another holiday-themed series over, well, non-discriminatory holiday season of December, where we definitely do something and pretend to be Santa in Dwarf Fort. So that's absolutely going to happen. We're going to give candy out to everybody. So that'll be fun. We'll have to do that at some point too. I've always wanted to try and make a defensive system where I pour water on things and then freeze them. Never managed to do that. I feel like I would just end up drowning them. Investments are open. Heads up, chat. I just got a very confusing email, which just said, someone sent me a package with a stamps.com shipping number, and I'm just like, how the hell? And it was for a thing that I ordered on Bandcamp 2 weeks ago. So that makes a lot of sense now that I read the follow-up email. But the initial email was like a what the hell moment. But cool. I even have a tracking number. I don't believe I've ever gotten a tracking number from a Also, this is interesting. So apparently it's shipping from LA, right? It says the tracking label was created today at 3:25 p.m. It's not 3 o'clock in LA yet. Something here doesn't add up. Anyway. It's not 3 o'clock in LA yet. How are you predicting the future, Mr. Website? Anyway. Well, on the bright side, we've got one baby so far today. One baby. One child. That's good. Hopefully we can get 2 or 3 more today. Into mid-autumn on the 11th of Sandstone in the year 333, making the fortress 328 years old. Yeah, Aqua, one babby. One babby. Uno babby. A single babby. Also, Aqua, I think you missed the beginning of the stream where I had the boombox playing. It works. Also, after testing all of my cassette decks, the Nakamichi has the best recording sounds. Yeah, you might want to skip to the beginning of the VOD. I turned it off pretty quick because the motor in it is loud enough that it picks up on my microphone and it needs grease, so I didn't want to burn it out. But as a proof of concept, it does work. Since the beginning, just have a peek at this. Humble bit. Just have a peek at this. Yeah, we've built a lot of stuff. You know, just a lot of stuff, including a lava tube that goes all the way down to the center of the earth, because reasons. That took me 200 years, and is my current blame for the reason why the population is dwindling was because of this. This construction was so taxing on the dwarves that they stopped having babies as frequently, so we have almost no married couples in the fort right now, so we've basically been in mandatory party mode for the past month, hoping for dwarven orgies so that they can make more babies. But, you know, one thing at a time. But, yeah, check this out, Aqua. This is the toy. It does work. It's just loud. By that I mean the actual like motor on the inside's loud because it needs grease. Perma party mode? Oh, you fucking bet. You fucking bet. Don't turn on dwarven contraception then, which you can do in your in the init files.
My chicken's doing a thing again.
Is it? Your chicken's doing a thing again? That's not good.
Not anymore.
Well, that's good. Hey, cutest. How's things? I hear your chicken's doing a thing again. I mean, we're playing more Witchit this Friday on Evil Tricks channel, so that's cool. More Witchit this Friday? Anybody down? That sound will never not freak you out. Why? Evil Trick had so much fun. He wants to do more. So, After Hours is on Evil Tricks channel this week with more Witchit. Although 2 hours earlier than the last one. So it'll be at 10 a.m. Pacific instead of noon Pacific. Just because it works better for Evil Trick's schedule. Yay! Also, that's the first one in a while, but Blue Water just gave birth to a baby. Blue Water, of course, being the the wife of Tiny Goliath, who's the mayor. And if I jump over to Blue Water, she was a... Where did you come from? Yeah, this is Zanny66 and Vigario Pro's kids. And Tiny Goliath was... Dragon Man's. So, Dragon Man, this is your your great grandchild just got born. Because Dragon Man likes to know things about that. And you know what? Just because you're brand new here, Bumble Bed, welcome to the fort. Also, just because that's a fun name to say. She is the daughter of Blue Water and Tiny Goliath. And she says, da. Well, she's Russian. She was born today, which makes her very young indeed. Her very long hair is arranged in double braids. Her nose bridge is concave, and her free-lobed ears are extremely tall. Elf detected? Extremely tall ears. I don't think I've ever seen that before. She has a narrow chin and a somewhat narrow head. Her somewhat short and her somewhat narrow head is somewhat short. Her hair is a crew and her skin is sandy taupe. Her eyes are cobalt and her lips are slightly thick. She personally views cooperation as a low ideal, not worthy of any respect, and does not particularly value the truth. Well, yeah, she's a child and dreams of raising a family. Likes to play with dolls a lot. She prefers to consume strawberry wine. Well, you're going to be happy here. Barley flour, you're going to be very happy here, and you can't stand worms. Well, you're still going to be happy here. She tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and she is interested in what others think of her. She has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others, and she has a greedy streak. She tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. She tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and she can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. She is somewhat uncomfortable around those who appear unusual or live differently from herself, and she is quick to form negative views about things. She isn't particularly curious about the world, and she talks to inanimate objects when she's trying to remember something. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, like any good child should. Might be part elf, not possible in Dwarf Fort, but very strange. Definitely a genetic oddity. Definitely a genetic oddity. It's okay, we're friends of elves here. This is why, or how we have so many unicorns. Actually, it's where I got all of my animals from, even the cows. Member of a Vulcan science team monitoring your colony in advance for first contact must have knocked somebody up. Yeah, seems like it. Definitely. It was too logical for them to not. Wait, what series of Star Trek have you been watching? Do tell. I've heard things that apparently Discovery got good. So that I maybe need to, like, subscribe to another service and watch some Discovery. Because I heard that first season of Discovery is kind of woof. But after that, it gets good, supposedly. So, and considering, like, the first season of most Star Trek series is kind of ugh, and then it gets good after a while. Don't we all? Well, if not alcohol, then other things. If not alcohol, then it's cigarettes, coffee, weed, apple juice, whatever you need. You know, Red Bull. Somebody needs something to get through the working day. Lower Decks is freaking fantastic. I don't know what that means. You just restarted DS9. Good shit. Good shit. I don't know. I feel like I've heard enough positive things about Discovery that I need to watch it. Because, like, Enterprise never got good. Enterprise just was bad and then got worse. But I've been told tentatively positive things about Discovery. Is that the Star Trek cartoon? I've never actually seen the Star Trek cartoon. True story. Never seen it. Not once. I'm from Canada and it was never aired on TV here. It was never showed in replays and I've never found it streaming anywhere. So I've actually never seen it. I've never really put in much effort to see it either, to be fair. Although, as somebody who doesn't generally like cartoons, I probably wouldn't enjoy it. Also Star Trek Prodigy? Ah, that's new. I've never even heard of that. Bunch of callbacks for real fans. Paramount Plus, which I'm pretty sure isn't actually legal in Canada. Or rather, I don't believe it's available in Canada. Not legal, it's the wrong term. I don't believe it's available in Canada. Also, we're up to 25 dwarfs. Yeah! I just need 5 more babies to get back to stable numbers. Gotta learn to play Dwarf Fortress before you get the game after you get a computer after a car. I have a solution for that. Don't get a car. And then just get a computer. That's my solution. I don't know if it's a helpful solution or if it works for you, but that is my solution. Also means that you'll be forever alone, but, you know. Because people don't like hanging around people that only take buses, apparently. Sad face. But also, welcome to stream. If you need any help with Dwarf Fortress learning related things, let me know. But your best way to learn Dwarf Fortress is just by reading the wiki while playing. Read the wiki while playing. Specifically this page of the wiki. Bikes are too easy to steal. I've owned 2 bikes in the last decade, and both of them got stolen within a couple weeks of getting it. Get a $20,000 computer? You mean a $20,000 graphics card for a $2,000 computer? Because at this point, that's basically how much graphics cards cost. Although, fortunately, Dwarf Fortress doesn't need a graphics card. So, there is that. I want to know why such a high percentage of my audience is Dutch. Bumblebed. It's actually like a shockingly high portion of my audience, and I've never fully figured out why. I think it's just because of the time of day I stream. Never had a bike. You never had a bike stolen? I've had 3 stolen in my life, and I currently don't own a bike because my last one was stolen. Yeah, same. Depletion. Even from your locked secure area? Yeah, the last one I had was stolen out of the parking lot in the basement. I used to ride it to the last real job that I had. And I would keep it in my parking spot in the basement, which is in an underground parking lot, basically. And I would go down there, and I went down there once, and when a bunch of cars got broken into, my bike got stolen. I was kind of pissed, but it didn't really matter all that much. Yeah, no, I get you. In school, it's about the same distance. I mean, if you just get a cool enough computer, the computer could drive you to school. I'm just saying. I don't know how that would work, but I'm sure we have the technology somewhere. I'm sure graphics cards produce enough power or produce enough heat that we could use that to turn some wheels. Just like use your graphics card to boil water and turn a turbine. That's fine, Bumblebed. It's like I've been streaming actively since 2013, right? So I've been streaming for a very long time now. In fact, my streamiversary is in 8 days. As of 8 days, I will have been streaming for 8 years, and I will be starting my 9th year. So that's kind of crazy. Just a drone made from a graphics card. I mean, weirder than a jetpack. Or not as weird as a jetpack. I mean, like, random street bike. My first bike that I had was a nicer mountain bike because I grew up in the country and that's where I got it. and that's when I got it, was when I was trail biking a lot. Then I had 2 10-speed street bikes, like just plain fucking normal-ass 10-speed small wheel street bikes for riding in the city. There is a dead buzzard there. I don't know if you guys saw the blood appear, but I sure did. Merchant attacks the buzzard, but she jumps away. Saigon the merchant says, "This is a fight. I laugh in the face of death." The merchant attacks the buzzard, but she jumps away. The merchant punches the buzzard in the lower body with her right hand, and the artery and the injured part collapses. Literally punched a hole in her gut. The artery has been opened by the attack. The buzzard is propelled away by the force of the blow. Saigon says, "I saw a dwarf tell the story of the appointment of Kivish Torch Doyle to the position of General of the Ignited Creation in the early autumn of 326 at the Simple Dinner, and it is interesting." After punching a hole in a buzzard. Evening Mind, what up? You were gone for a bit. Any luck with the babies? We've had 2 today. So, my mayor and my mayor's wife had Bumblebed, and we had Dragon. We now have another dragon and a Bumblebed, which is great. Badass merchant. It's even better when it's like a wild boar punches wild boar in the head, and the injured part collapses, crushing the brain, and it's like... Or like when a dwarf punches another dwarf, and it's just like jamming the skull through the brain. It's like punch them, fracturing the skull, and jamming the injured part through the brain, fracturing the brain. Is always like the one line that just always hurts in my head a little bit, because it's just like, yeah, you literally punched his head so hard it crushed his brain. Or if you secure your bike, people will throw it up to a tree. You plan on joining a student organization that does that? I didn't go to school because shit's expensive and I didn't want loans. School isn't cheap here, so every single job opportunity I looked at, I did like cost benefit analysis, and I looked at like the beginning like employment crisis that was happening. I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna go get a job. So I did, and I hated it. And then I went and got a different job, still hated it. And then I went and got a different job, and I still hated it. And then I got a job at McDonald's, and I kept that for a very, very, very long time. And now I do this for a living, and I like it. And I don't intend on doing anything different for as long as I possibly can. So you finally managed to film baby making noises? Aww. She immediately turns quiet. Well, it's because she doesn't want to be immortalized on Zuckerberg's servers. That's why. Don't blame her. I've been a full-time streamer since 2018. Okay, well, technically it's been the majority of my income since 2016, but I've been purely full-time streaming since 2018. So when all those people suddenly had to work from home during the pandemic, and I was like, I've been doing this shit for years already. And then people are like, hey, working from home, it's not all easy. It gets kind of lonely and isolating. It's like, yeah, I've been doing it for years. Tell me about it. This has been my life for a really long time already. You're not putting her online? Well, she's afraid you might. Which is why she goes silent. That's good, though. Fine. I have chat. Yeah, it's not the same. It's funny. It's like, I know more people now in my life than I ever have in my entire existence, but I am lonelier and more isolated than I've ever been. It's just kind of a fact. Although things are getting better now because I can go to concerts again. Because people are vaccinated around here and we have concerts again, which is nice. So I can see punk bands and metal bands, and might go to another show this weekend, but what's going on in this fortress? Absolutely nothing interesting. So this fortress is Longdeath. We are trying to run this fort longer than any other recorded fort ever in the history of Dwarf Fortress. And we're probably already in the top 5. But we're trying to keep this fortress alive for 1,000 years. Alongside of that comes a few bugs, and one of the bugs is after a while, or after you hit 3,000 dead and missing, you stop getting migrants. So we don't get migrants in the fort. So every so often we have to do these periods of time where I just lock the dwarves in the tavern until they get married and have kids. Otherwise, we literally will have nothing happening. So literally all I'm doing is locking the dwarves in the tavern and common areas so that they party and get married and hopefully eventually have babies. Outside of that, I've got various large mega projects that I'm building in this fortress. This fortress is not a very good example of like what Dwarf Fortress is like normally, because this fortress has been running about 300 years longer than most forts. So because of that, I've run into some odd bugs that aren't common. But we only have like another 150 years before we, or rather 170 years? Yeah, about 170 years before we have hit the oldest heavily documented fortress, which is called, yeah, migrants stop if you have 3,000 dead on the map. It's a memory issue that's been in DF for a while. That'll be fixed with the map rewrite, which isn't happening for a bit. You can fix the problem by resigning and then reclaiming a fort, but that would go against the whole point of this challenge, if you want to call it that. Also. Potentially, yeah. I mean, it depends on who's in the fortress and who's related to the king when that happens. But when the faction king dies again, yeah, of course, there's always going to be a dice roll chance that we could get the king again. I mean, currently the king is Unib, who lives I don't know where. That person. I don't know who they're related to either, so. Yeah, and migrants can also stop if the faction dies. We started this fortress in August 2020 is when we started this fort. And I originally estimated I could get it done in a year, which I probably still could have, but I got kind of bored. And also I went from streaming 6 days a week down to streaming 5 days a week, and then I stopped playing as much of this fortress. I don't play the fort as much. So it slowed down quite a bit. But, like, that's fine. During December, we are going to stream 7 days a week until the 24th, starting on the 1st. So we're going to stream 7 days a week from the 1st until the 24th. So I'm going to stream 24 days in a row, which I haven't done in a very long time. Because I used to stream 7 days a week. I used to be daily. Then I went down to 6 days a week, then back up to 7, then back down to 6. And now I'm back down to 5, and I've been at 5 for most of 2021 for mental health reasons. But it also lets me do more YouTube stuff, which is good for people on the YouTube side of things. Mandos, what's up? It's good to see you. Like, most of my interviews that I do are recorded on days that I don't work. On the stream side of things, anyway. You had an entire fort except one dwarf dies, so you milled along for many, many years. That dwarf just became the jack of all trades. Eventually migrants came back. That's awesome. Neil, thanks for the host. Cheers. That's absolutely awesome. I love hearing stories like that.
Crip wave.
But seriously, Neil, thanks for the 53rd month. Welcome back, dude. A goddamn long time. What are the green sections of the walls? Green glass windows is what those are. I mean, it's just like my Halloween fort. Technically, every dwarf didn't die because there's a vampire that lives in the walls. Technically, not every dwarf died because there's still a dwarf left. Keep on dancing, dwarves. Yep, there's vampires. There's also werewolves. I've seen one. There's also like, lizards, were-ass, and basically any animal that isn't domesticated can be a were variant. So actually getting a werewolf is probably the rarest enemy I've ever seen. Really? Where exactly? I don't know. Where are they? We just don't know. We just don't know. Were-giraffes, were-mammoths, vampires, necromancers, and were-creatures. And also procedurally generated monstrosities created by strange experiments by necromancers on poor, harmless village folk. And so that's how you get the weird, fleshy flesh balls with wings that shoot out gas. Weird, farting flesh ball monsters. And now you have a red message at the bottom of your screen saying that the job is canceled because you don't have plump helmets spawn. How can you fix this? Brew some plump helmets. So one of the things that you should do, Mark, hit Z, go to kitchen, press enter, right? So now you'll see a bunch of ingredients, right? What you got to do is you got to scroll down to the plump helmets, okay? And then just press C until cook is red. Okay, so do that. But you may not have plump helmets on here. However, if you hit tab, it'll take you over to the seed screen. You should be able to find plump helmets spawn, right? Now, if you don't have any plump helmets spawn, if you brew some plump helmets, it will make you plump helmet spawn. So what may have happened is dwarves may have eaten, or you may have cooked all of your plump helmets. So you need plump helmet spawn. So what you got to do is you got to take plump helmets and brew them so you get plump helmet spawn. So go to your still, wherever you place that, assuming you have a still, and hit Q, and go over to this and press A on the still, and then brew drink from plant, and then just hit R for repeat, and it'll cancel when they run out. And then they will brew up all the plump helmets that you should theoretically have, and then you'll have spawn be able to plant, because they get seeds from those. Don't tell me you just discovered Dwarf Fortress. Oh, who just discovered Dwarf Fortress? Valkor? Or who are you telling not to tell you that they just discovered Dwarf Fortress? Because more people should discover this game, damn it. It's kind of cool to create a fort with hollow walls and your vampire can just move around. Well, I mean, I wasn't quite that humane. I mean, it was less of a he's in the walls and more of a he is in a walled-off jail cell that we just replaced the door with a wall because I didn't want to let him out. And, you know, he doesn't starve to death because he's a vampire, and he's immortal because he's a vampire. So he's just sitting there slowly going nuts. Which is kind of fine. I mean, forget about the fact that the fortress was full of demons, but... literally. Those slug demons were scary. They shot fireballs. Not sure what part of them they shot the fireballs out of, but they shot fireballs. Although the frozen haunts were kind of hilarious because they were ghosts, like, made of ice. The butt, for sure. Oh, definitely the butt. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just let me show you my my favorite Dwarf Fortress screenshot of all time. Shoutouts to Fuck Yeah Dwarf Fortress, which is an excellent little blog. A huge skinless ass. Beware its fire. It has a round shell and scales that are close together. Beware its fire. That is my favorite Dwarf Fortress fan art of all time. Shoutouts to Fuck Yeah Dwarf Fortress. Genuinely. Here's the actual, like, Tumblr blog. It's just wonderful. I once had a huge skinless ass forgotten beast that shot webs, and equally hilarious. Also, it is now winter. Second winter of the day. But very outdated, yeah. I don't know. I think I prefer that one artwork than the entirety of Boat Murdered. Although I've considered just doing a series on YouTube where I just read Boat Murdered. Maybe I should make that a Patreon goal. Like if we hit $750 a month on Patreon, I'll do a series where I read all of Boat Murdered and put it up on YouTube. With just like dwarves dancing and Longdeath in the background. supposedly telling the legend of the tale of boat murdered. This boat murdered comes from the times when Dwarf Fortress wasn't even 3D, with so many out-of-date bugs that are like no longer a concern in the game. As long as it's not your ass that's skinless, I'm sure it's fine. Bumbled bed. If it's your ass that's skinless, that's a concern. That would be painful. But just like a skinless ass won't. Hopefully it bleeds out quickly. Oh my god, I've been streaming for 5 hours. When did that happen? So you carved an image of you eating cheese all over my bed. Yeah, well, I mean, you see... There's where, at the very least, it was just them eating cheese and not them cutting cheese, if you know what I'm saying. Just remember, Tarn Adams is on Team Calminier. Which means maybe we'll be getting some Calminier in Dwarf Fortress in the future. And then we can make a poop mode. But as long as it's for everyone, Mandos. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Like, since they started releasing the footage of the military screen stuff on YouTube, I've seen like interest in Dwarf Fortress bubble back up again. There was kind of a period of time over summer where there wasn't really a lot of people searching for it. And like I noticed the statistics like just in my normal numbers and whatnot, just like there was just less people searching for Dwarf Fortress for a while. And people have started searching for Dwarf Fortress again. Which is kind of neat. Hello, Lich Lord. My left foot. I can't feel it. I just think it's interesting that all of a sudden people are searching for Dwarf Fort again. I'm curious to see what hype looks like after they release footage of the procedural creatures. And I'm also actually curious to see if they're even going to release footage of procedural creatures, or if they're just going to release the game. Because I have this weird feeling that I'm going to have to crank out a lot of weird content of things like Forgotten Beasts. My first 10 weirdest Forgotten Beasts that I got in Dwarf Fortress. Can't wait to make that. It's going to be mind-numbing. So 2 babies today. Progress. Progress, progress, progress. Very slow progress. That's an email to get from MRG Live. If you're a fan of music, you need these apps. Yeah, none of these look useful. No, thank you. Shazam clone and a bunch of other crap. Making sure the population doesn't die out, which it means I get to lock the dwarves in the tavern for about a decade so that they all get married and make babies. That is the project. But outside of that, the actual current project, which is currently on hold until we have enough babies to be above 30 dwarves, because currently we are below 30. We're at 25, which is not good, is this big ol' hole in the ground, which is going to be filled up with lava and water to be an obsidian printing chamber. I still need to finish it, though. No, it's pretty bad, actually. So because I don't want this fortress to literally just die out, which could probably and would be likely to happen if I were to just ignore the population as it was. Yeah, oh yeah, it's 2 better than 23, in fact. So yeah, we're just trying to get a bunch more babies in the fort before I go back to doing major constructions again. So unfortunately, it's probably going to be like another 2 weeks of Longdeath streams just being me sitting here watching the dwarves hang out in the tavern, releasing them so they can go make more food and farm a little bit, and then go back to hanging out in the tavern because like otherwise this fortress will die. I had 2 stales and deadly dust, and it dived like near a cavern. There is 2. I want to get up to 35 population. No, a normal population for a fortress is like 160, right? But this fortress, its population cap is 50, and I want to get its population back up to 35 because that's like a stable number where I can be consistently doing stuff and cycle out jobs and such. 35 is where I'd like to be at. That's where I feel comfortable in this fort. But one forgotten beast that I will never forget, Lich, wasn't actually a forgotten beast. It was a land titan. I think a hill titan, actually, which are basically just forgotten beasts of the surface. But it was a giant chicken with one eye. Giant one-eyed chicken. And it could breathe fire. So to me, it was like a really shitty wannabe dragon. It was a giant fire-breathing chicken. And it basically showed up and it flew around and burnt a bunch of stuff. And then a elven bard showed up to visit. And this chicken eviscerated this elven bard by blasting him with his hellfire, right? And it boiled the blood in this elf, and the elf exploded. The boiling blood from the burning elf got into the chicken's eye, melted its eye, and destroyed the brain. So it literally shot blood through its eye, melted the eye, and destroyed its brain. Just understand what your problem was is you dug out a hole into the ground for a farm, and you made a stair into the hole so that they couldn't reach it. You made a stair down, but not a stair back up kind of deal? Because, yeah, that's very dwarfy. I mean, see, like, Mark, are you starting to understand now why it's just like Dwarf Fortress is a lot easier once you start playing it? Do you kind of get what I was saying earlier now? Now that you've been messing with it a little bit? Like, you don't seem to be having too much trouble from what you've been typing anyway. You're so confused by what? Sleep for you? Go whack some metal tomorrow. Have a good night, Haz. Pathing in layers? Yep. Dwarf Fortress is like an onion. It has layers. No, it's nothing like an ogre. I don't know where you would get an awful reference like that. It's distressing. It stinks? Nope. Well, I'll have you know my dwarf fortress showered this morning. Okay. We have plenty of soap in the fortress, mostly made from unicorn fat. Zyrodil, hello. What were you streaming today? Thanks for the raid. Sorry, I don't get raids very often, so it's always kind of an anomaly. Cheers. To the raid. Chat, can I get some beers for the Raiders? What were you playing? While I stalk your account. You're playing some borrowed trauma. Oh gosh. Hope you survived. But cheers. How's Dwarf Fortress? Waiting for my dwarves to make babies. This is a very slow and arduous process of staring at them while they drink in a tavern and wish that I could be drinking in a tavern and not sitting behind my desk streaming. But instead, I'm watching my dwarves drink in a tavern. I mean, who doesn't want to be drinking in a tavern in the middle of a party? That seems great for like months on end. Actually, that seems kind of exhausting. Fuck this. But like, you know, maybe on a Friday? Yeah. Anyway, but no, we're quite literally just waiting for them to make babies, which means I might just be staring at this one screen for the next hours. Sounds like being a student. Much richer student than I ever was. I couldn't afford alcohol when I was a student. You don't like alcohol? That's fine. It's not good for you. To be fair, it is literally poison. But I have a habit of liking substances that are bad for me, so... Somehow I'm still alive. Not sure how, to be honest with you. Once they're toddlers, we're good. Once they're a year old and they can get their own clothing, they basically just like operate around. They basically are non-entities until they turn 12, at which point then they become adults. I mean, alcohol is like one of the most dangerous substances that we relatively frequently put in our bodies. No, they don't. They don't do labor. They just hang around. They mostly play with toys. Like here, let's see what some of the kids are doing. Like this is Peter the Third, who is 1 year old, who is in his bedroom playing make believe, or in her bedroom playing make, in his bedroom playing make believe. Yeah, so, up here in his bedroom playing make believe. Just double checking that's actually his bedroom. Is that your parents' bedroom? Yes, that is your parents' bedroom, and you were playing make believe. That's usually what they do. They just kind of hang around and play until they turn 12, and then they're adults. So yeah, if you don't like alcohol, that's actually, like, I would say a benefit for your life. And your life expectancy, even. Without me locking them up? Yes and no. It depends. If you have more dwarves, yes, it's not hard for them to have babies. But because I've got so few, I kind of have to force them to be in one particular area of the fort. Otherwise, they could literally go months without having anybody else to talk to. So I need to quarantine them into specific sections of the fort because this fort is too big. So they will literally exist for their entire life and never make a friend or meet anybody because of how big this fortress is. So I do have to actually lock them in a room. Till your daughter turns 18? Trust me, you'll be drinking before your daughter turns 18. Probably around 16, actually. And you'll start drinking again. But once you get to teenage, like, hood, be there again. No, it's literally just like I let them go into the library, I let them go into the tavern, the bedrooms, and the temples. No. A normal number of dwarves for a fortress is 160 to 200. That's a normal number of dwarves. This fortress, I've specifically locked the cap of dwarves so that it's easier to manage to be able to keep the fort alive for long periods of time, because there are certain numbers of dwarves that you can hit where events can happen that I don't want to happen, namely getting invaded. Enemy factions, like goblins who automatically invade after time, have to notice that your fort is there, so I'm keeping the population low enough so that we don't get invaded. We haven't been invaded in, like, 250 years. You suspect that you have alcoholism gene in your family. You haven't noticed it in yourself, but you fear you might be a carrier of it. I don't think it's alcoholism specifically. I think for me, it's just some people have addictive tendencies, right? It doesn't matter what the thing is. Some people have addictive tendencies. I have obsessive and addictive tendencies. So when I get into something, I obsess over it and I get addicted to it. Doesn't matter what it is. It could be video games. It could be an idea. It could be a project. It could be a substance. It could be something that makes me happier. Yeah, no, well, there's a specific gene for addictive tendencies, right? And usually that can be towards anything. Some people are partial towards specific things. But for me, if I take too much of any substance that makes me happy or feel good, I will just want more of it. It doesn't matter what it is. Like, quite literally, it doesn't matter what it is. But, yeah. But as I understand it, it's specific. It's more just like your personal addictive tendencies more so than anything, as I understand it. But maybe I could be wrong. Who knows? Yeah, well, there isn't enough dwarves here for them to notice that we're here, so it's fine. Also, they do know that we're here. There just isn't enough dwarves here for them to figure that it's worth invading. Dwarf Fortress. You just described Dwarf Fortress with that last sentence, Mendos. But yeah, no, I definitely have obsessive and addictive tendencies. Like, there's a reason I don't ever buy lottery tickets, because I will spend all of my money on lottery tickets. There's a reason I refuse to let myself go into casinos, because I know that it would be bad. No. Not in this fort. Not anymore. Some of them are. I have 6 legendary fighters, but that's about it. No, absolutely. Although I just think it's hilarious that the most widely available and like the most widely commercially available substance outside of cigarettes is one of the most dangerous. It's like the things that alcohol makes us do as people is horrific. Like you put 100 people who have nothing in common in a room and give them all alcohol, there will be a bar fight in T-minus 30 minutes, right? If you put 100 people in a room that have nothing in common and you give them weed, they'll all be best friends in 30 minutes. So, you know, just saying, it's also just like not the best substance for us to be having a habit of taking. Well, obviously it didn't go great because it's addictive, right? Obviously it didn't go great. It's the same reason why banning like heroin isn't great, because people who want it will still get it. Same with alcohol. You keep alcohol away from people and they will get it regardless. It's generally not, but yet we have to do it all the time for politics, which is why nothing of value ever gets done. Mendos, but I digress. Put 100 people into a room. Now make a very important decision. Also, you're all like upper middle-aged white men. Good luck. That's my politics minute. China got arrested for kidnapping. Do not recommend. Putting 100 people in a room? Why don't you just put a sign outside that says free beer? Then you'll get 100 people in a room real quick. We're not the only species like that, though. I mean, monkeys go out of their way to eat rotten fruit because they get drunk. Fact. You know what's terrifying? Is seeing drunk squirrels. Like, I grew up in an area with a lot of wild fruit trees, and squirrels would go and eat rotten, fermented, like, apples and plums and stuff from our fruit trees, and then just get drunk as fuck and like try and run up a tree and then like fly off the tree and shit. Like I legit saw a squirrel like run, hit the tree, up the tree, fall off the tree, hit the tree, up the tree, fall off the tree. Really? They get high off of jellyfish? That's wild. All right. I mean, I'll believe you. I don't know how that works, but the question is, though, Lich Lord, is it a flaw or is it a power? There is, like, some evolutionary suspicions that we partially evolved the way we did because of the fact that we could eat somewhat poisonous substances that changes the way that we think. It's the best option because people will use it anyway, and then taxes. I mean, see, I'm one of those people where every now and again I very much upset people because I say things like legalize all drugs within reason, Mark. Because I'm that kind of person, and I worked in a environment for a very long time where I saw a lot of people that were using all sorts of drugs, and very rarely are they actually bad people. They're usually just in crappy situations, and they never want to be in the situation that they're in. But I'm fortunate enough to live in Canada where weed is legal, so I can pretty brazenly talk about the crap that I do and the, like, you know, go to beer tastings every so often and talk about, you know, like I can go into somebody's Twitch chat after a stream and unironically state that I'm going to go make out with my bong now. And a lot of people can't do that. I'm just in a privileged situation where I can. Some people can't. Dogs eat chocolate, die. Yeah, exactly, right? Exactly. Oh, man. Yeah, that's very true. I mean, like, also, like, legalize chocolate. So there's a dog park pretty close to my house. And there's this truck for the TV show Strays that's parked there sometimes. It's like, it's owned by the city, right? So it's like a public dog park. It's this nice big fenced area, and there's this half for large dogs and a half for small dogs. And I babysit my mom and dad's dog pretty frequently, right? and I took her to the dog park once when there was no dogs in there because she's very nervous around other dogs, but there was no other dogs around, so I got to let her off leash and play fetch with her for a bit. And this truck pulled up, and it's a food truck for dogs, and it's literally just a yo, watch this TV show that's on network TV that you don't have, that you didn't tell them. Watch this TV show. If you take this flyer, we'll give your dog some dog ice cream. So I learned that dog ice cream exists the other day, which is legit looks like ice cream, but it's for your dog. I don't know what the fuck they make it out of, but dog loved it, so. On the other hand, dogs eat shit. This is absolutely true. Dogs do eat shit. Dogs also like rolling in dead animals. We do that, we vomit. Maybe don't die, but we definitely need shower, so. Yes, this is true, Manfredas. Dogs do indeed like their smelly stuff. Smelly stuff. See, I prefer cold takes because hot takes just like burn my tongue usually. I will now read your hot take. As somebody who is on disability, I don't necessarily agree with respect. And if you believe that that's promoting laziness, then you've never been in a situation where you've needed it, and you don't have the right to say anything. There's an ice cream truck that comes by every now and again with dog cones, and it's adorable. It's amazing. I mean, that's basically what this was. But like, I'd never heard of dog ice cream before this. One of the funniest things I've ever seen. It's also nice just getting to talk to some people. But yeah, so Lichlord, that is a hot take, that is a shitty take, and a terrible take. And I feel sorry for you and pity you for having that opinion. That's not what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to do. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Axon. People who think that social welfare is promoting laziness are fucking morons. That's my hot take. As somebody who is incapable of working some days due to chronic pain, yeah. Yeah. Promoting laziness, my head. Investments are open. Heads up, chat. Mm-hmm. And I'm still stating that my opinion of your hot take is that it's a shitty fucking take. That is legitimately my opinion of your take. It's fucking stupid that you have that take. You said the hot take. You get to take the results. The results is I think that's a stupid take. Oh, that's absolutely true. I mean, it's literally just giving into the capitalist agenda, which is you have to work until you literally keel over and die and then work more. Like, I don't have a choice. I am going to be disabled for the rest of my life, right? Like, I do make enough money off of Twitch to not be on disability. I'm going blind. My good eye is getting worse. I have chronic pain and type 1 diabetes. I have nerve damage in my entire body. I hurt all the time. Diabetes also contributes to chronic fatigue, which I get sometimes. And there are times where I legitimately can't get out of bed. And if you think that me accepting money from the government for that is promoting laziness, I have one piece of sign language for you. And there are lots of people in my position. Social welfare does nothing but benefit everybody. And it's very fucking important. And if you believe that it's a bad thing, then you're psychotic. I'm being rude about benefits? Nope. All good. Move on. We just finished the conversation, actually. Let's do that. Dwarves go get more alcohol, because they ran out in the tavern already. They need to restock that stockpile. I see that you are very proficient in sign language, Mr. Streamer. I actually used to know a little bit of basic sign language because I spent a week with a kid who was with a kid who had a cousin who was deaf. So I learned a little bit from that, but not enough to like be able to like say hello or anything. I know enough sign language to be able to say I don't speak sign language in sign language. Absolutely, Cordy. I mean, here's the actual reality is we should be working towards a reality where everybody is on welfare. Like, legit, that's what we should be working towards. That is literally the utopia. Because if everybody can just pursue creative endeavors, then we won't be creating things. We need to stop, like, working in this, like, capitalist empire that we live in as a humanity. Because it's destroying the planet. The whole point of capitalism is you create and consume. If we create and consume, the planet will be gone in 40 years. Capitalism is a broken philosophy, and the idea behind capitalism for a very long time was it's the best option that we have, which isn't true. We'll see when we see a Bumblebed. Thanks for swinging by. I'll be back one of these days, and I'll give you updates on your dwarf when you make it back. Cheers. Leave comments on the YouTube channel when you're watching videos. I'll say hi. I mean, I tell people this all the time, Cordy, which is like, everybody says, oh, you need an entry-level job, go get a job in fast food or something. In my time working in fast food, every single store that I worked in fired 30% of their employees to replace them with the automated computers that everybody loves. It's like, cool. Every McDonald's in Canada now has upwards of 30 to 40% less employees because of the automated checkouts. Literally the reason they're hiring significantly less people. And that's just McDonald's. That's not like places that actually hire a lot of people. Eh, 80-ish years, well, 90 years ago, maybe not 100-ish years ago. One of my favorite threads I've seen online recently was someone who was told that by their grandfather that he doesn't work hard enough, which is why he can't afford a house. And his grandfather worked as a janitor for 50 years and paid for his wife and 5 kids and got them all through college and bought a house with that money. And he's like, I've been working for a janitor for 5 years, unfortunately, because it's the only job I could find and I can barely afford a 1-room apartment in New York. And it's like, yep. Absolutely, Cordy. Well, I mean, like, here's the thing that I always tell people at the end of the day, right? I make less than minimum wage streaming video games on the internet. I would rather make less than minimum wage streaming video games on the internet, bringing money into my country from other countries and actually benefiting my local economy than working an entry-level job somewhere, probably making more money and also at the same time contributing to the crap that our world is these days. You know, I would rather work doing this than any sort of manufacturing job that would pay me a lot more money, but also would be contributing to, let's just say, single-use plastics, for example. Like, I don't care if they pay me more money. I don't want it. I would rather get paid less. As long as I can afford my rent and my groceries and my internet and the occasional metal show and the occasional tape or new record for my collection, I'm good. No. Corruption is not the problem. Capitalism is the problem. The system is the problem. We don't mean the same thing. I don't think that we agree on it about anything, Lich Lord, because you already said that Now what you're doing now is you're putting words into people's mouths, which is also not very good for an argument. But quite literally, all you did was you out of nowhere, unprompted, stated that people living off of social benefits is promoting laziness, which in my opinion means every single thing that you've said since then has absolutely no fucking validity because you have no fucking clue what you're talking about. That's the problem. And you know, you might be looking at me and thinking, man, this guy's crazy, or something along those lines, right? But here's what I'll say to you. 15 years ago, 10 years ago, I agreed with you. I had the same opinion. And then I worked a dead-end job for 8 years. And then I got my own job, started my own business, and grew up, and educated myself. No, it's the system that's fucking broken. Capitalism is what's broken. And yes, it needs to be burned to the ground. I don't blame corruption. Corruption is in everything, but corruption isn't the problem. The system is the problem. And people that believe that alternatives to the system is not a solution are the problem. No, the system the system of producing, manufacturing, and consuming is broken and unsustainable. That's what I will say. I'd never said that the system is broken and has been corrupted. I said that the system is broken. You are putting words in my mouth. Your dad worked hard when he worked in the hospital, and he did get a big fat 180, and you see people dying 3 to 7 days a week. And your mindset starts to change a bit. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Also, another thing, if I lived in the US, which is a country with less social support, I wouldn't be able to stream for a living because I wouldn't have any medical insurance, and my insulin would cost too much every month for me to be able to live off of the amount of money I make streaming. That is a fact. No, you're not trying to understand. You're trying to insert words into my mouth without asking questions. If you want to ask questions about my stance. Don't insert words into what I'm saying. Don't claim that I'm saying other things, and don't claim that we are alike. Because if you believe something, and if you believe what you've said previously, we are very different. We can educate each other, theoretically, but you stating that we are the same is completely false. If you genuinely believe what you've said. That, or you're just copycatting and reposting things that you've heard previously from other people, which is a problem with the internet. No, I'd be alive if I lived in the States, but I wouldn't be able to stream full-time. I would have to stop streaming full-time to get onto state-based healthcare. Because my insulin would cost more every month than my rent is right now in Canada. And capitalism in Canada, Mandos, but Canadians are practically socialist compared to the States. I think that we could all learn a lot from Scandinavia. And social benefits and actually helping people. Mandatory minimum income, that sort of stuff. Oh, absolutely. Mind. Not by Americans' definition of capitalism, Randos. America doesn't consider Canadian to be capitalist. We are absolutely capitalist. It was just not... I mean, so at that point, like, you're just stating that the problem is human greed, right, Kraken? I mean, yeah, there will always be corruption. There will always be criminals, but corruption isn't the problem. The system is the problem. But... Sorry, I'm just, like, a little bit ticked off by the fucking cunt-ass wording of, yo, you, being on benefits is promoting laziness. Fuck that shit. That's the most bullshit piece of shit that I can ever read. Legitimately angers me. No, fuck you, Lich Lord. My statement still stands. I mean, we already have become a hive mind and are working for the greater good. It's called the internet. That's why things are actually getting done to a degree, not thanks to big capitalism on the internet. I think, Lich Lord, you have a lot of learning to do, and that's fine. But just realize that when you have a lot of learning to do, if you go start spewing hot takes and starting conversations like this, and if you get the sharp end of the stick, that's your own fault for opening your mouth in the first place. Learn about people that are in different situations than you, and you'll get along with people a lot better. And you'll be able to learn from people a lot better instead of immediately throwing out a hot take. You started this entire conversation, remember that. Unfortunately, if people live how they want to live, in some cases, we're going to continue going down this road. So, I want people to get along, and I want people to function. But there's certain things that we all will need to give up. And that is a fact. Otherwise, our species isn't going to survive. But also, I'll be dead by the time I'm 45 based on the fact that I'm just dying. So... Also, spring has arrived, meaning humans have brought their annual tributes. If it lets someone die because he or she doesn't have the little green papers in the pocket. Oh, absolutely. I mean, are we specifically talking about healthcare, or are we talking about, like... Or are we talking about benefits? What exactly are we talking about here? Because I thought that we were talking about, like... socialized benefits in general, not just specifically healthcare. It's funny because whenever this subject comes up, there's always like a portion of the conversation that drives it specifically to healthcare. Like that's the only thing that we're discussing. That's a degree of exaggerating, but TLDR, I have a lot of internal organ problems because of birth defect. I probably will live longer than 45 years, but frankly, sometimes I hope I don't. Just because, like, if I do, it'll be a lot of pain. I have weak lungs, weak heart, relatively weak digestive system, prone to organ failure. I've had a lot of things told to me by doctors over the last 4 years that have made me into a bit of a nihilist on my life expectancy, I'll put it that way. It's the easiest way to say it. Can I ask what that was, Axon? Health, food, shelter, human rights. Okay, I was just curious if why you were specifically kept going back to healthcare specifically. That's what I was curious about, Kraken's Egg. But I don't know. I think every human needs to get a privilege check every so often. Like, we all need to, like, sit back and think about what you have and what you have health-wise versus what other people have and what other people have health-wise. Just because your body operates in one way doesn't mean somebody else's does. Just because your brain operates in some way doesn't mean someone else's does. Just because you have the ability to afford certain things in your life doesn't mean other people do. Like... a lot of the decisions I made in life are because I got screwed over in places, right? Like, it's just like when a couple months ago, there was somebody in my chat who hadn't been here for very long, and they just kind of blatantly said shitty thing about people who are addicted to substance and live outside, right? So homeless people. I was homeless for 6 months in 2014. Approximately 6 months. From about early spring till August, I was homeless. I had nowhere to live. I had a full-time job at the time. I had a storage unit where all my stuff was kept. I had several couches I could sleep on certain days of the week, but mostly I was homeless. So I've been in that life. I've done that. So I have a very specific point of view when it comes to social housing and that kind of benefit structure. So I have very peculiar opinions on that versus what some people state. When you were making fun of something that implied otherwise? Really? Huh. Yeah, I mean, for me to go to school for what I wanted to do would have cost me like $80,000 a year to do what I wanted to do. But then I looked at technical schools, and then I looked at stuff for trades, and then looked at my disabilities and just went and got a job at McDonald's. Yeah, well, I wanted to go into creative arts, so it would have been expensive. I wanted to go into music production and soundtrack and scoring, audio design. That's what I wanted to go into. It was like something like an average of 5% of the people who take those courses graduate in 4 years, $80,000 a year. So, granted, that's Canadian, so it's actually closer to about $50K a year for people who are used to thinking in American dollars. 1 copper cage! It's a very small tribute. Or something there. This is what happens when you live in a part of the world that is highly occupied by Chinese immigrants who have more money to burn than anything. It's actually kind of funny. UBC, which is Vancouver's big, popular university. Yeah, good tribute. Nice and simple. UBC, there was an article that came out recently on Vancouver's Awesome, which is, I don't want to say a tabloid paper because that makes it sound worse than it is. It's like just a local newspaper, basically. They have free, like, newspapers that you can pick up by most bus stops, kind of deal. And they have... They had an article recently that was the average student in UBC donates an extra $350,000 to the university as a gift to the university for accepting their student. The average student's parents donates $350,000 to the university as a thank you gift for accepting their student. That's UBC, which is a university that both of my parents went to. So, you know. Cage the Gobs. We haven't seen goblins here since year 128. So, and that was a visitor. There's no goblins to cage. Called a bribe, you think? It's a gift, my friend. You could probably finance your studies for a year by working a summer job if you had to. It's nice when you don't live in a part of the world where education doesn't put you in debt. Yep. Which is why I didn't go to school and why I worked for McDonald's for 9 years. So, you know, if you want to know why I didn't go to university, that's why. Largely why. And the reason I didn't have any potential assistance to get help with going to school for university was because my dad had to retrain to end up doing what he's doing now. So my dad was in, my parents were in financial trouble at the time. Well, not trouble, but like, money was tight. We were eating food from food bank, basically. And my dad didn't have a lot of income, and my mom didn't have a lot of income. My parents are doing great now because my mom bought a business. But at the time, we were not doing super hot. So like it was basically they could help me with the first half of the first year for schooling. Basically, it was like the discussion that we had, and then it was like, yep, nope, that's not happening beyond that. Sometimes, Marmer, how are you? Well, that's interesting. Sounds like it was good for you, I guess, Axon. I mean, we all need like a culture shock every now and again. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm in the privileged position of being able to afford my $600 glasses once every 4 years. Some people can't even afford that. And yeah, I have to save for months to be able to get them, but hey, at least I can afford them. What country are you in, Krakenzag, if I can ask? I mean, I've had several people tell me that I've changed how they think, at least to a degree, just with the way I ramble about shit, so. I don't know if that's a good thing, but supposedly I have. So yeah, no, when I talk about like cutest talking about being in university, it's like that was something I dreamed of doing when I was younger, but it's legitimately just an impossibility for me unless I want to go to a, you know, community college essentially. And even then, like at that point it would be like well, you have education, but you have it from, you know, a school that's not relevant, which is always fun. So, you know, it's one of the reasons why, like, I do genuinely fear that if for some reason I wasn't able to afford to stream full-time again, like if, I don't know, Patreon support dropped off, or if I lost all my subs, or if my Twitch account got banned or whatever, there is a definite possibility I would end up back in the restaurant industry, because I don't think I would be able to get a job doing this. Or within the games industry, anyway. Unless I got really lucky. The help I gave you? What help did I give you? The DF help, Mark? I mean, that's just my job, man. Well, it's just like something that's a fun accurate stat to state sideways is there are 2 people in my stream team on Twitch with degrees in archaeology. One of them worked on dig sites and one of them worked in museums. Bellinair and FG. They both have degrees in archaeology. Good luck getting a job in that field, so they play video games on the internet. Sat in a waiting room for 3 hours. Some stranger came to ask a few questions, send you away for a month later. You get a letter saying you are partially eligible for work with no further explanations of what that means. Lovely. No? Lovely. Humans in general, I think, think in opposites, meaning if we think X is bad, we automatically embrace the opposite Y before we start to think if there's another solution or a middle way. I usually think that there's another solution or a middle way, but when I'm talking to people on my stream, it's almost impossible because I'm the person with the microphone and everybody else is in the format of text, which makes actually communicating and discussing middle ground stuff nigh on impossible to impossible. So I'm generally a lot less one-sided and harsh in person, but it's unfortunately the only way to really get a point across when you're a person with a microphone and everybody else is only half listening. I am become text, destroyer of interwobbles! What? Let's let these dwarves put stuff away for a bit and clean and plant seeds and collect webs and do their thing for a bit. Yeah, and don't ever... And another thing that you should do if you want to learn about your own thinking is never tell somebody that they, you know, is that they are promoting laziness for supporting social services. I got to scroll up a little bit. Hold up. So on the Discord, there's a room called Add a Word Stories where you add 1 word at a time and you can make me read it for 1,000 channel points, which goes... Freddy got penalties because he failed to check the rules first. Angry mobs spin around. Waves of fish shoals attack toddlers horribly. Cases of horrible fish rot inside fish tanks. That's disgusting. Knots tie ropes into knots. What the hedgehogs? Porcupine cannot stand on its own two fingers. Please carry on. Thank you for your contributions, chat room. Yeah, chat did good job. I agree with Mark. Great story. It was very insightful. I mean, the Discord works wonders. Let me just say that. You've learned a lot today. I can't tell if that's a joke or not, Qwerty. Probably is a joke. So, thanks for participating in the channel and stream for the day. But your body ceased to function and you just gilded down into a pile, unable to speak or move. Yep. Can relate, but for me, due to chronic exhaustion. You want to hear a joke? Giving the Amico free advertising by referring to it as a joke. Don't give the Amico free advertising. Exactly! This is why you shouldn't say the joke. The Intellivision Amico is a borderline scam written on the ashes of a relatively shitty console from the 80s. And somebody trying to rebuild that as a company and kind of scamming people into it with false advertising and crappy marketing. That's what it is, if you must know. Episode 3 of too many? Yes, this is true. Just remember that the VODs of this show are... No, Intellivision Amico, not Amiga. Amico is a different thing than the Amiga. Amiga is an old computer system, mostly in the UK in the 80s and 90s, whereas the Amico is a modern console running on cell phone hardware that costs $400 for some fucking stupid reason, that has terrible physical media, that is half designed and hopefully will never come out. Bellinair, how is Ages of Empires? Ages of... You were playing the campaign, yeah? Yeah, AoE4. I want to know what Bellinair thinks of the campaign. Here, I will show you this scam for everybody's amusement for about 5 seconds. Meet the Amico. Oh, Jesus Christ. No, I don't want to buy your crappy games. Just, yeah, okay. Yeah, this. It's a shit console with shit internal hardware that costs way too much money and runs cell phone quality games that isn't out yet, that has been coming out for a very long time. And eventually when it comes out, it's just, you know, going to crash and burn, not really sell any copies. And Jesus, I can't even read that. Not really sell any copies. It shouldn't sell any copies. The controllers barely work, and has a... Everything about it is terrible. Just do not give them money. Just play games on your phone. That, for some reason, seem to think that they can compete with Nintendo. What the hell is that? That's the Intellivision Amico. That is what Armor was joking about. It's really good, like really good. I played a little bit of multiplayer with Evil Trick yesterday, and I also agree that it's really good. And just like, you know, a little player versus AI game. Bunch of fun. Bunch of fun. Read doubts about reproduction. Yeah, I agree. Looks like a parody, to be honest. Yeah. Amiibo, Amico, Amigo, Amiga, Amiga, Amoeba. Why do they all sound the same? Fuck this language. I agree. Breastplates, 3. No, because I'm terrible at Rift Wizard. I don't know how much of the video you watched, but I didn't get very far in Rift Wizard. My best advice for you, if you want tips on how to play Rift Wizard, is join the Rift Wizard Discord and ask people on that Discord who actually know what they're doing, because I'm terrible at Rift Wizard. Terrible! Well, let's see. For one thing, you know what? Actually, cutest, use your brain and don't ask that question. Use your fucking brain and don't ask that question. But I can't wait to receive my Playdate. I can't wait. It should be arriving sometime in the next 4 weeks. I can't wait. I can't wait. They could do that nowadays. I mean, yeah. Supposedly they're shipping soon. Supposedly they're shipping sometime before the end of this month. What the fuck's a Playdate? Playdate? An actual, like, new console that I bought one of. That's a Playdate. You can pre-order one. I have one pre-ordered. Looks like this. It's a tiny little handheld. Tiny little handheld. That I will be streaming games on when I get mine. Can't wait. Especially considering there's going to be user-made games. You get, you get games that unlock every week, made by celebrity game developers, including like Kita Takahashi and a bunch of people that you've probably heard of who've worked on other games, and they have a in-web browser developer suite to make your own games, and yeah, I can't fucking wait. No, a Play.date is a handheld console. What that is. Made by the people who published, or rather, it's paid for and funded by Panic, who are the people who published a game called Firewatch that you may have heard of, and also the people who funded a publisher called Thunderful Publishing. They're a funding house. Lucas Pope is making one, yeah. Or made one, rather. All of the games were finished being made by 2019. We know stories about Victorian workhouses. Like, please, sir, can I have some more? That one line that everybody's heard of. Also, we have another boy! Hallelujah. That's 3. 3 on the day. I was hoping for 3 on the day. We got 3 on the day. Chat, anybody want to be the brand new baby boy? I can't wait for Getting Over It with a crank. I'm not gonna lie, I would totally play Getting Over It with a crank. It was only on pay-per-view. Actually, who are the parents? No, actually, it's Nanochip's. Oh, this is interesting. It's a half-brother. Who are Nanochip's parents? Oh, so Critty and Dastot, the merchant, had a child. And then Critty died of old age. Or died. I can't actually remember what killed Critty, but something killed Critty relatively recently. So I guess Dastot went and got together with Zas. Are they married or are they lovers? Yeah, they're married. Interesting. So we got a little bit of a family tree thing here. So Nanochip, who is up and about, just gained a half-sibling. That is awesome. You are still, in fact, in the walls, Zalora, plotting. Still berserk. All of the clothes have rotted off of your body, I think. Yep, you are naked. You do, however, have a bronze pick strapped to your upper body, so you are sitting there, I think, crying? Yes, crying, screaming, berserk, and trying to kill everybody in the fortress. But it's okay, you're chained up and locked in there, so you'll never get out. Still plotting. Between levels, and there is efficiency difference between slopes and stairs. They can slip on slopes, and slopes need to be staggered, whereas stairs are just directly up and down. So basically, a slope is like a ramp, and stairs are like an elevator. They go straight up and down. Also, dwarves can slip and fall down slopes. They can't slip on stairs. I hear a child in the hallway. I wish my neighbors would stop having children. Only they knew that there was a full-time YouTuber and Twitch streamer in this apartment. That child might freak out a bit. Maybe it's a good thing they don't know that. You will outlast. You are currently the oldest entity in the fortress, to be fair. You're gonna flex on them? It's okay. I already flex on my childish cousins every time I see them at Christmas, but I won't see them until further notice because their dad refuses to vaccinate them, so not gonna see my cousins on that side of the family for a long time. Wagons can go up and down slopes, but they can't go up and down stairs, yes. Are you alive? That's actually a good question. Considering I read the... yes, you are indeed alive. Ghost is alive and 141 years old. She has incredible muscles stretched over a broad body. Her sandy taupe skin is extremely wrinkled and her neck bears marks of an old wounds, including a massive jagged scar. Her left hand bears a short straight scar and her left upper leg bears a very short straight scar. Her very short ears are flattened and her cobalt eyes are protruding. Her nose is short and her hair is wavy and her short hair is neatly combed. Her hair is white mixed with gray. That's Ghost. Still alive. Behind their parents' back? Hell yeah! Tell them. But yeah, no, my uncle thought it would be a great idea to have a big Thanksgiving dinner for Canadian Thanksgiving. So we did, and every single person at that dinner, with the exception of one of my cousin's girlfriends who was double vaccinated, got sick with COVID, with the exception of that one, like, significant other of my cousin, who I've never met. Including an infant who got hospitalized for 4 days, and I haven't heard anything about it, so I assume he's fine. And one of the other ones got hospitalized. My uncle blamed it on the girl who'd been vaccinated. You're on episode 40 on YouTube? Oh yeah, no problems on the frame rate. On episode 40, really? Hell, you're making progress. Good stuff. But yeah, no, frame rate, it dips sometimes, but it's pretty rare that when it dips. Well, I mean, I've told many people that I genuinely believe that my uncle was patient zero for COVID-19 for this part of town, because he went to 24 hours at Daytona in early months of 2020, right when lockdown was starting. Hell yeah, double vaccinated, you bet. 2 shots of Moderna. Barely even felt it until the second one, where I didn't get out of bed for a day. But yeah, my uncle went to 24 hours of Daytona before the lockdown started here in Canada and before the borders got closed, and came back 2 days before lockdowns, sick as a fucking dog, and didn't get to go to the race for any of the days that he was there because he was too sick in his hotel room. And by the time he got home, he was still super sick, and had to take 2 weeks off of work before he could function. For about a day and a half. I basically got the flu for a day when I got my second shot of Moderna. By the time I got home, I felt like I had the flu. It was fine outside of that. Yeah, you can still get, I have no idea what type of vaccine she had. I assume it was probably Pfizer because that's what everybody's had here. But no, it definitely didn't come in from her. And the reason I say it is because they didn't get Delta strain. They just got normal-ass COVID. But just because you're vaccinated doesn't mean that you can be careless, right? But that's the thing that people need to realize, is that the vaccinations don't make you immune to it. They make your symptoms not as bad when you get it. You still don't go outside? I go to metal shows now, but I keep to myself. Yeah, it's just gonna go into your... I mean, I just got my flu shots, right? So it's just gonna get worked into your flu shops eventually. Oh, they genuinely are incredible technology. But the number of people protesting it now is frustrating because of shitty attitudes. Absolutely. Mark, absolutely. But no, based on what my uncle does, it was definitely my uncle who probably got it. Because my uncle is not a particularly careful person. So, you know. But I don't know. As somebody who has to give himself tons of stuff from like a bulletproof vest, despite the name, it's not bulletproof. Yeah, despite the name, if you get shot in the chest with a bulletproof vest on, you could still die from the impact. You know, it could still break a handful of ribs at least. The vaccines are a very, very useful tool to keep yourself healthy, though. And I'll just say this, mind, I don't particularly appreciate that question. Because, yes, I'm aware that people who have had both their vaccines, and people like me who've had 3, are still getting sick. But it's not the fault of the people that are getting the vaccine. It's the fault of the people that are not getting the vaccine that are still spreading it and letting it evolve. But we're beyond the point of it being a pandemic. It's an endemic now, so we get to just deal with the mistakes of others. With a friend and everyone got COVID except you. You were the only one vaccinated from them because you got it earlier. You're convinced it's because of the vaccine. You all slept to each other close to 10. So you're the only one who didn't get sick and you're convinced it's because of the vaccine? Well, I mean, you could have gotten sick, but it might have just been asymptomatic, right? Like, you might have gotten it too, but it just... Unless, like, you got tested and you, like, didn't have it, but... That's terrifying. I mean, I went on a long weekend trip this year. I went over to Victoria, but it was mostly just, like, me and my friend Kevin staying far away from other people and eating a lot of food at foodie restaurants that we like to go to, outside on patios, and drinking a lot of beer at craft breweries, again, outside on patios, so. Good for you, Mark. Glad you're being responsible. I got literally every single side effect that you could possibly have, and it wasn't that bad. Jack Nerd. It wasn't that bad. Every single side effect that you could possibly have. I had nausea, soreness, sore limbs, sore spots where I got the vaccine, headaches, vertigo, dizziness, swollen lymph nodes, headaches, fever, and weak to the point where I couldn't get out of bed for a day. So I had literally every single side effect in the book, but it lasted almost exactly 24 hours, and then when it was over, I just got up and I was fine. But it depends on how your body reacts to it and how strong your immune system is. Because what COVID-19 does is it's a mini autoimmune disorder. Basically, it makes your body attack itself, right? The reason different people react to the vaccine differently is because the stronger your immune system, the harder you're going to react to it. And this is why a lot of young people ended up in the hospital initially, is because they have stronger immune systems, so they have a harsher reaction to it. And if you have a weak immune system, then the opposite happens, where it just kills you. But if you have a strong immune system, then there's even like more potential for you to destroy yourself physically and die. So when you get the vaccine, if you have a stronger immune system, you'll have a stronger reaction than somebody with a weaker immune system, because they won't notice. Like, my dad and my mom got their vaccines and they didn't have any symptoms. They had a sore arm the next day, but that was it. And then there's me, where it's like it damn near killed me, or it felt like it damn near was gonna kill me. I'll take 2 of those vaccines a year for the rest of my life, and get COVID once. Thanks. I'm glad you think so, Armor. Commonly, if your farm plot is too big, respect the available spawns. Sorry, what? Dyslexic? I don't understand that statement, but hello. How are you? Yeah, in relation to what? I don't understand what you're stating, but hello. Welcome to the stream. from his skiing vacation. Nice of him. Fine. Second you got down by about the same for me. I got my first jab in April, beginning of April, and it was like sore arm and headache the next day. My second jab, I got it in June, and like by the time I got home, I had the flu. Just basically went and lay down and slept for 2 days. But I know that everybody on Earth and their mother is tired of talking about this shit, so I apologize for this topic of discussion. But it is just the reality that we live in now. But I'm just happy that I get to go to concerts again and see shit like... if I scroll up, Discord, and scroll up on 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 Discord. Where did it go? Discord's loading really slowly right now. Discord, quit being trash. Doesn't want to load. I would like to see Ninja Spy again, and they're local to me, dude. Yeah, Discord doesn't feel like loading. Oh, yeah, now it's loading. Sort of. Yeah, so I get to see shit like this again. That was a fun show. That was a very fun show. Seriously, that was a great show. Those guys are on the list of bands to see every time they show up here. Let me just remind you this, QWERTY. They're safe. That's it. They're safe. They've been vetted just as much as every vaccine needs to be vetted to be safe. They're safe. I could understand questions. I can understand questions about the Russian vaccine, Sputnik, and I can understand questions about the Chinese vaccine, whatever they called it. But for the vaccines that we have for the Western world, they're safe. That's the bottom line. And any paranoia that's being spread is just fucking false. So please don't spread it. Don't even say, I just want to make sure that they're safe. They're safe. That is a fact. Unless you have an allergy to one of the ingredients in them, they are safe. They are safer than the birth control that all of my exes have had to take. Okay? Remember that. More women die of birth control pills than people have died of the vaccines. Yes, there's been some freak accidents, of course, but that happens with everything related to medical. Just remember that I personally have to give myself 5 injections a day of insulin, right? The vaccines are fucking safe. The only people that aren't safe if you don't get vaccinated are people that are at higher risk of getting sick than you. But, you know. What the fuck do I know? I'm an uneducated adult who graduated early from high school and worked in fast food for damn near a decade. What the fuck do I know? You're more likely to die walking out your front door and having a brick dropped on your head than you are to die from taking the vaccine. Like, people's, fear of the vaccine is one of the most distressing things to come out of the pandemic to me. And learning how many people are afraid of getting fucking flu shots because they're afraid that something's gonna happen. It's like, do some research on the vetting process that these vaccines go through. Do some research on what they have to do to approve these vaccines, and then go get your fucking vaccine and shut up. Add the risky one? When you say risky one, do you mean AstraZeneca? Realize that AstraZeneca is as safe as taking Tylenol, right? I'm more likely the Russian one, Sputnik. Okay, yeah, okay, fair enough. I mean, even Sputnik, I wouldn't call risky. It's just ineffective. It's just like I can understand fears around Sputnik and the Chinese one, like I said previously, but the ones that we have over here, just shut up. Just quit complaining. Go take your goddamn vaccines. It's just ineffective. Sputnik is safe. It's just ineffective. That's the actual problem with Sputnik, is it's not that effective. It's like 70% protection or something, whereas the other vaccines are all 98 plus. Serving wine. I'm amazed that this dwarf's still around. Absolutely shocked that you're still around. I've been streaming for 6 hours and 13 minutes, and it's 3:13 p.m. Pacific. Considering this is a fortress where abjectly nothing happens, Mark, it's got to be pretty entertaining if it's already this late. You know, thanks for participating in conversations, you know? But yeah, I don't know. I have my opinions, and I guess at the end of the day, like, you can choose to agree or disagree with anything that I say. But everything that I say because I have very specific reasons. Just get me like 3, because I need backups. Mind. I need backups, please. The pandemic doesn't exist in the US. Didn't you know that, Maxon? Come on. Investments are open. Heads up, chat. If you want to invest your tickets. Get me a sandwich at some point. See how we're doing over here. They're the only place open late. Yeah, I don't like casinos. I don't like the atmosphere of casinos. I don't like the smell of the carpet in casinos. I don't like casinos at all. Don't mind the flames. We're not all dead. Meanwhile, in Florida. Yeah, I don't know. Apologies for the existential crisis conversation, guys, but unfortunately, it's still a conversation that we need to have. Good, Armor. Bad for your health. At the very least, you're still employed. People always want to gamble. Yeah, no, I understand that, Armor. Bad for your wallet, too? Yep, this is true. Gambling is indeed bad for your wallet. Unless you want your wallet to float away because it's so light. It's a success. We've burned a whole hour on this topic just like humanity is burning itself. So it's a success? I'm gonna go take a real quick toilet break and pull my insulin out of the fridge. Back in a second.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
nuclear vessels.
I actually just had to do that at some point today. Or I would hate myself for not doing that. Just saying. It's too damn cool.
Chicken attack. Chicken attack.
Be like, you know what's awesome about that thing? It picks up cell phone signals. I get a notification now before I get text, like 10 seconds before I get text, because it goes boop, boop, boop when it's plugged in. It picks up cell phone signals. So, like, my mom sent me a text yesterday while I was fiddling with that thing, and it went beep, 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 text. Quite literally. Also, hi, B-Look. What's up? How's things? Yeah, the good old-fashioned unshielded speakers, you know what I'm saying? Ugh, my TV used to do that growing up. You never seen unshielded speakers? They make noises when you get texts. Or if you get a cell phone call. Like, it's actually pretty loud. They pick up the old and then you get a text. It's great. It's great! Speaking of great, how you doing, B-Lug? How's stuff? Congratulations, you're the first mod to speak in the chat today, and I've only been live for 6 hours and 20 minutes. Yeah, you get a notification before your phone rings so you can prepare to hang up on your boss. At least that's what I would imagine you'd do. I don't know how else I would hang up on me, so... So what I need to do is I need to record like an hour of thank yous for tips and donations and stuff. So instead of saying thank you, I just press play on the boom box and hold it up. I'm just saying, I think that this is going to be a great stream gimmick. You're all going to love it. Got a big week of work ahead of you? Hell yeah. I mean, boo. As long as it's good work, not bad work. Not like, you know, they're dumping extra labor on me because so-and-so quit work. What could go wrong? I dropped the boombox on my foot. That could go wrong. Be like, did you see the Discord convos back and forth of me repairing that thing? Because I don't know if I told you how I repaired it, so I gotta ask you if I did, so I can retell the story if you didn't hear it. Because the way I repaired that, here, I'll just tell it now. The way I repaired that tape deck is I took the whole thing apart, and what was actually wrong with it was there wasn't enough torque on the belt on the inside. So I unlooped it. The motor still needs some new grease. It needs a full new belt, so I've ordered new belts and I've also ordered grease for it. But I dangled the belt off the bottom. Do it! Just had a baby boy! Yay, do it! You did it! Anyway, I dangled the belt off the bottom, and Crocodile had the idea that potentially it had gotten loose over the years from being stretched, just sitting on the mechanism the entire time. So he said, boil it. So rather than like deconstructing the whole tape deck mech and pulling the belt out and then boiling it, I dangled it around the bottom rather than deconstructing the whole mech, and took boiling water, put it underneath the tape mech, and just siphoned it through slowly till it had gone through about 3 or 4 times, and then I let it sit to dry, and then I looped it around, and now it works more or less flawlessly. The motor's still noisy because it needs oil, and overall it'll need new belt eventually, but Yeah. Anyway, we got another we got another baby. 2. Wait, hold on a second. What? Did we not name the other one? We must have missed one because we got 2 new babies. We're up to 27. All right, yeah, we just never named this person. We just never named this one. I thought I did. Oh, well, Sideways. Welcome to the fort. Anyway, he was grouchy when caught in the rain, and he felt adoration after watching performances. 1 month old, born on the 8th of Slate in the year 334. Dreams of crafting a great work of art and is always tense and jittery and can sometimes be single-minded. It's made deeply uncomfortable by those with differences in their appearances or culture, and he can handle stress and occasionally overindulges, is moved by art and natural beauty, and tends to be troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world and scratches his head when he's bored. And the other dwarf is Vutok, who is brand new baby. Child of Do It. Who wants to be brand new baby Vutok? Raise hand in chat to receive baby, potentially. Or to get baby named after you, potentially. Do 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 do. B-Lug, what number would that be? Would that be B-Lug 3? I think that would be B-Lug 3, yeah? The 4th? Is there any firsts in here? I want someone to have a first. Is there anybody here who hasn't had a baby before in this fort? No offense, but... Mind, you've had dwarves before. Valkyrie, you've also had dwarves before. I don't think Kraken's Egg has. Yeah, Mind had one. Because you were a miner for years and years and years and years and years, and then you died of old age. So you've had one before in this fort. In fact, you might... No, but you did have one. Kraken's Egg is not. You can has it. He is the son of Do It and Saigon, and he is a worshiper of Shistik, the god of death. He has very long sideburns that are neatly combed and a very long mustache that's arranged in double braids. His very long beard is arranged in double braids, and his hair is clean shaven. His nose is extremely short and his somewhat tall ears are narrow. His eyelashes are quite long and his hair is a crew. His skin is sandy taupe and his eyes are cobalt. He personally believes artful speech and eloquent expression are of the highest ideals and can't fathom why anyone would want to live in ordinarily unharmonious society, and finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff. You seem insufferable. He never is the slightest bit cheerful about anything. Like I said, insufferable. And he is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking as an abstract concept. He is impolite and inconsiderate of property, and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He has a calm demeanor and prefers to present himself modestly. He isn't... particularly ambitious and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. Tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects and tends to not reveal personal information. Tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things and likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He often feels envious of others and has a greedy streak, and he tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and he is somewhat quarrelsome. He is bothered by this since he values friendship and tends to hold on to grievances. He tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others and is quick to form negative views about things. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Another baby! Yes, this is true. Another baby. Give him some slack? Pfft, no. Sounds like a librarian? I'm sorry, what? That dwarf is a mess, though, absolutely. And to me sounds like a tavern keeper. Wait, are you a librarian IRL, Kraken? Because that would just be funny if you were. Yeah, no, it's been great. We've had 1, 2, 3, 4 babies today. 4 babies today. Up to 27. Fingers crossed we can get to 30. Once all those babies are walking, we can get to working on the main projects again. Which is great. Which is great. But yeah, as far as things that could go wrong about me holding up a boombox, that thing is like 50 pounds. It's like half metal. So, like, a huge chunk of the front half of the thing is made of metal. And the handle on top is made of metal. And parts of the back and the bottom are also made of metal. So, if I were to put batteries in that thing and hold it up above my head, the legitimate threat is, what if I dropped it on my head and killed myself with it? Because that thing is heavy. The point where putting it on your shoulders like kind of uncomfortable at times. Fair enough. Rackenzek. So I'm going to trade with these humans, and then I'm going to go get my lunch. What, me dying would make for a hell of a Twitch clip? Well, I'm glad that we, like, that you, have hopes of me, you know, surviving for the long term. I wonder why there's a pile of stuff there. Lift the boombox? I mean, I don't lift weights. I have resistance bands. They fit in a drawer better than weights do. And Thrur says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? Chat, you know what to do. You know the command. You know the thing. Everybody loves it. We need it for everyone. Anybody? Any patrons here with access to sound commands who can do the thing? No? There you go.
For everyone!
You understand. Excellent. Shout outs to people on Patreon who keep this show funded. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Cheese, but I can't. It's all good. The other humans have arrived. Do 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 do. Wow wow wow. Wow do do. Wow wow wow. Give it like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There we go. My tummy just rumbled for like 10 seconds straight. I think it's lunchtime. I mean, it's 3:30 p.m., so past lunchtime. I had breakfast at 8, so. We are going to trade, and then I'm going to get food. Also, out of curiosity, how'd that boombox sound when I held it up back there? Because, like, it was just going through my microphone. So I have no idea how it sounded. Not too bad, actually? Really, now? Well, I need to record a bunch of clips of me saying thank you so I can just hold that up every time there's a hype train. I need to make like a hype train mixtape or something. I'd be able to hear the thank you. I mean, that's all that really matters, right? Because what's like less effort than saying thank you? What's the weird thought? Not a boombox connoisseur, fair. Chill, lo-fi, hype train, thank yous to chill, relax, and study to. Thank you for the hype train. Thank you for the hype train. Thank you for the hype train. Thank you, everybody, for the... Just on repeat for like an hour. Of usernames? On Twitch? There's definitely more A's than Z's in my chat. Just based on looking at my chat. So there is that. I don't know if that means anything or much, but... I don't know how you would search to find out that. Although I think that the most common passwords thing is much more interesting than most common usernames. I do wonder what the most in-demand unique name is, though. I have a feeling there's less Qs, though. There's probably... Q is probably one of the lesser used starter for a username, though. Almost never see Q. Looks like S is the most popular. Yeah, that seems like it, just eyeballing chat. And I think stone is the most popular word based on the fact that we have stoned hobo and stone. I thought that the most popular password was password. Like, I know that that's the old joke, but I'm pretty sure that's actually the accurate thing. Is that the most commonly used password is just the word password. Yeah. At least for RuneScape, yeah. For Hunter 2. One of my favorite responses to, like, what's your password jokes was, well, I remember this community Cyclone's just like, well, you know, I started with Hunter 2, and every time I just add a digit. Which I think is very funny. So it's Hunter 2, Hunter 3, Hunter 4, Hunter 5, Hunter 6, Hunter 12, Hunter 13, 14, 15, etc. It doesn't take that much effort, Ivan. I mean, genuine question. What is the most complicated game you've ever learned to play? KSP? I would argue Dwarf Fortress is probably about the same amount of effort, if not easier, than KSP. Because the hardest part about Dwarf Fortress is simply learning what you're looking at. Once you know what you're looking at, the game is significantly simpler. I don't know if Mark is still here, but Mark started messing around with this game for the first time today, and from what I can tell is already building a fort. Like, most of the fear of learning Dwarf Fortress for people is mostly just memes. Because most of the statements of how hard Dwarf Fortress is to learn is mostly memes. EVE Online is significantly harder to learn than Dwarf Fortress because you have to understand the concept of other people. Communicating with other human beings is far harder than playing Dwarf Fortress. This is why I have no friends but play a lot of Dwarf Fortress. Never actually tried? I mean, genuinely, all you need if you want to learn to play Dwarf Fortress is watch this video. Watch this video. Once I grab the link. And once you're done watching that video and following along and following all the steps for setup, pop into chat and ask for help. And, Polyvinyl has their year-end sale right now. Don't look at that. That's dangerous. Then go to the DF Wiki. And then follow along with this Fortress Mode tutorial right there. Don't worry about any attachments or plugins or things. Most of those are useful once you kind of know the game, but just if you can follow along with that video and then the wiki, you can learn Dwarf Fortress. Like, the thing I always tell people about Dwarf Fortress is as complicated as you make it. So it's actually a pretty approachable little game. If you have the dedication to just sit down and do it. Man. Sorry, so I'm currently staring at this link. This is what I'm staring at right now. Bunch of bands in here I like. Damn it! Damn it. Damn it. All right, well, anyway, close that because that's dangerous. I sent a link to that sale to Rhinestone, who's a friend of mine who also likes a lot of good music and such, and he just responds with, "God damn it." Like, records and CDs and tapes on sale? God fucking damn it. God frickin' dog wash. Apple slicing potato peelers. Bah. All right, let's trade with you guys. Buy all of the bars. Guess I'll starve next month. Yeah, no, actually, like, quite literally, it's like I can't afford anything right now because my rent went up. I'm kind of. I got like. It's okay. Next payday is on the 14th, which is this coming Sunday. So I'll probably get paid by Twitch on either the 15th or the 12th when I get paid next. So I have $12 until then. So I should be good. Got plenty of food. I also just paid my credit card bill and everything. So I literally just finished paying off my credit card bills and stuff from the long weekend that I took. I like how you hug me and then, or virtually describe hugging me and then also then apologize because you know I don't like hugs. Hi, Ara. What's up? How you doing? Please, like, fist bump from a distance. Never been much of a hugs person. Use a unique blend of blending things together for your passwords. I generate 32 characters in a password generator with capitals and numbers and characters, and then save it in a password manager and then forget about it. And then reset it 30 days later. That's how I do passwords. In trouble? I'm not in trouble. I just have to be intelligent. Yeah, that's basically what my passwords end up looking like too. Password managers are the best until the password managers get hacked into. For a while, I used a physical notebook to write down my passwords. Probable. ABC123. Yeah, that's definitely my password. So did you mean to write notebook, not note block? Because you wrote note block. Which to me sounds like a fancy ad block. Yeah, you got me. And Frida's. They're called block? Oh, fair enough. Notebook. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I used to do that. Now it's saved on a password manager, which lives on a USB stick. What about QWERTY op? How common is QWERTY op as a password? Because that was definitely my RuneScape password at one point. QWERTY op. Shoutouts to this dwarf. Dastot. Carrying a ballista arrow and baby. Mom's lifting some weights. 21? Really? God damn it. You'd think that more people would go with QWERTY op. Like in my universe, QWERTY op would be like the third most common password. Now, how about QWERTY op ASDFGHJKL ZXCVBNM? Just like all of the keys in a row, one after another, from left to right. So like, trust no one was, wait, like as a popular password? Trust no one. People, the worst part of like uncreative people are people who are not creative and think that they're creative, which is the sort of person who would have a password like trust no one with the number 1 at the end. Wasn't found? Wow. It was the 9th in 2011 most common password. Trust no one, man. People were edgy in 2011. I was edgy in 2011, so. Trust no one is the name of your password manager at work. Is that like a brand of password manager, or is that like your in-house password manager? Because that's really funny if that's the case. What, good old days of 2011? Chat, what were you doing in 2011? I was working my second job. And I think I just quit sports. For Key Pass 2, fair enough. See you when you get back, Below. I Love You is always in the top 20. I mean, that's just because people are sentimental bastards. So, you don't remember what you were doing in 2011? Touche. It was 10 years ago. I had this realization when I was hanging out with my friend Kevin after the show that we went to on the weekend, when we were heading over to catch the train, that I've known that dude for, as of February, a decade. And he's just like, well, that's going to be a reason to drink alcohol because fuck, we're old. Yeah, pretty much. Maybe watching Digimon. Fair enough. Boucher. So that was fun.
This is madness! Madness.
That's terrifying.
Yeet.
Oh, did you see my boombox? You probably saw photos. Sorry, I have to brag about this fucking thing. Just so that I can do what you said I could do, which is be the whitest guy on Twitch with a boombox on my shoulder. It's not plugged in, so I don't actually have any power, but there you go. That's whitest guy on Twitch with a boombox on my shoulder. Right, there you go. I gotta put this fucking thing down. Heavy! I need to lift some weights so I can properly lift my Ghetto Blaster. from there after he got for some smearing human faces on some other people's cars. What? That's distressing, mind. Mind, did you hear about the that couple that was getting harassed for being critical of eBay recently? Because that's what this is reminding me of. But you have fun at band practice, Obo. Best of luck playing Weezer and things. That's terrifying, mind. Genuinely terrifying. Sounds like I had a better 2011 than you did then. That's for sure. You would wager that I had you? Jeez, no kidding. All right, chat. So it's midsummer of the year 334. I'm going to go get me my lunch real quick. And then we'll figure out what we're doing for the rest of the stream tonight. All right? Sound good, everybody? Humans are heading out. Dwarves are heading back up into the celebration chamber. I mean, the tavern. Hopefully there's another baby by the time I get back. For those of you just hanging out, if I could get a round of beers, that'd be rad. And to those of you who support the channel at the Sound Command tier, if I could get some audio commands in the chat, that would be awesome. I will be back hopefully in less than 5 minutes. I just need to quickly make myself a cheese sandwich and eat it with some cucumber or something, or a carrot stick. I haven't decided yet. So I will be back in a couple minutes. Don't get anywhere too fast. You wonder if that's when you start getting PTSD and that was it. I mean, it could certainly trigger. Yeah, it certainly could trigger it. That sucks. Trust no one was a password in Deus Ex. Really? Well, that's fitting of Deus Ex. Anyway, I'll be back in like about 5 minutes probably. Beer B. Can I get a round of beers? Streamer is back. Sort of. I gotta punch a thing in my phone. Have a good time on the YouTubes, Manfredas. Have a good time on the YouTubes. Enjoy the YouTubes. While I punch in all the food that I ate. I had toast with cheese and some peanuts and some carrot sticks and some cucumber. It was delicious. Boom! I'm back. Hi, Metalhead. Yeah, I was just getting lunch. Also, I don't know if Manfredas is still here, but you should go watch that that video on Rift Wizard. Pretty good. And Dark Sora, hello. Did I miss anybody else? It is too quiet. Very quiet. Yeah, it's because streamer went and got food. Because, you know, I've been streaming for 7 hours, and that's my first break. So. So, Hobo, I like, how do I say this? How's the band practice stuff been going? How's the, you know, how's the current set of covers coming along? That's what I was looking for. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm trying to start conversations with no real leads here, so. But yeah, today's been all over the place with topics. We've dove into the most critical of politics and also bounced around all over the place. So today's been kind of a cluster, but I think in a good way. I think today's been an entertaining stream overall. Also, Cooler, I appreciate this. I appreciate this meme. This is good meme. That is a very good meme. The best kind of memes are the ones that actually it's just a very roundabout way into a dad joke. It's just it's like, what is that meme? Well, it's actually just a really long in the tooth dad joke. It just takes a minute to kick, and then when it kicks, you just feel like an idiot. You're just like, excellent, I am a moron. I love it. And Blue Water, the militia commander, has given birth to another boy. Chat, we've hit our goal for the day. We're up to 28. Yay! From 23. We have 8 babies in the fort. It's finally starting to work. We now have Rag. We got another brand new baby in Longdeath. Would anybody like to be the brand new baby? Brand new baby boy who says, da 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 da. He's the son of Blue Water and Apologies. Apparently. Son of Blue Water and Tiny Goliath. Got nieces and nephews already. Apparently. Because he's got a ton of older brothers and sisters. God. Pouring coffee. All right. So does anybody want to be this dwarf? Anybody? Any takers? Last time there was like 5 people who wanted it. Now there's like nobody. Any takers? Just need somebody to raise their hand. Last step, it's a boy. So can't give it to you. Because you wouldn't want it. Stone. VI? Is that the right Roman numeral? Or is it just V? I think it's V. I think it's just V. VI? Is it VI? I'll believe you. You're probably better at Roman numeral than me. He was born today, which makes him very young indeed. We had Stone V, did we? Or is that the one that? Yeah, that was the one that. Yeah, okay, yeah. Yep. His sideburns are clean shaven, and his very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His medium-length beard is arranged in double braids, and his short hair is neatly combed. His ears are slightly flattened, and his hair is a crew, and his skin is sandy taupe, and his eyes are cobalt. His slightly rounded eyes are slightly protruding. He likes Hatterite, iron, and fire agate and maple wood. Personally respects the law and finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort, and thinks that friendship is important and doesn't particularly respect commerce. Dreams of creating a great work of art. He is very greedy and inattentive to detail in his own work. Pleased by his own appearance and talents, and has a calm demeanor. But he likes a little excitement now and again, and tends to consider what others think of him. Seems like a politician. Doesn't often feel envious of others, and tends to only form tenuous emotional bonds with others. He rarely feels discouraged, and finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He likes to take it easy and can handle stress. He holds his breath when he's nervous and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Yes. I do remember Stone V. BRB baby care? Yes, this is important. Go do baby care. Yeah, Metalhead, I agree. Stone is indeed a good dwarf name. Stone's indeed a good dwarf name. But you're not that bad about it? You're efficient. Not careless, efficient. Do you ever just see somebody randomly alone in a voice channel in a random Discord that you're a part of, and you just get immediately tempted to jump in and be like, hello, you're on TV! How are you? Because I get that temptation every now and again. I've never actually done it to anybody, but I'm always tempted. It's like, you're live on Twitch, and then they just like drop a word that gets me banned, and then I instantly get banned, and I'll be like, well, fuck. Not worth it. Is the TLDR. We're doing well today, though. We have 8 children in the fort. We had 3 when we started today, so we've gotten 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 babies in the fort today. And, like, let me ask you a genuine question. Would you say that the difficulty is more or less than you expected, Mark, now that you've been messing around with it for, like, a day? Like, do you kind of get why... Like, yes, it's obtuse. It's absolutely obtuse. But it's an easy game once you wrap your brain around the obtuseness. But here's the question. Are you the voice in my head reminding me that I forgot to take my meds? Or are you the other voice in my head that pops up after I've taken my meds that's telling me to take more meds? Do you think anyone makes passwords URLs? What, like www.google.com .password .com? What? I mean, it's absolutely inaccessible, yeah, but once you kind of get past that initial learning curve, it's not that... Once you realize that you can actively ignore 80% of the UI in the game gets a lot easier. Like, yeah, there is definitely points where it's like, man, this is, like, obtuse and there's so much to look at, but then there's a point where it's like, oh, I can just ignore this screen? Cool. Cool. Because I only need to use this screen? Oh, excellent. Also, I can, like, straight up just spam that squad. Investments are open. Heads up, chat. I genuinely think that the biggest problem with Dwarf Fortress right now is the fact that it's not for sale. Because, like, when people see Europa Universalis for sale, and they buy the game when it's on sale, and they see the 40,000 positive reviews, they go, well, it must be good because 40,000 people say it's good, and they all have a lot of hours, so it's going to take time. And then they give it time, whereas with Dwarf Fortress, it's free, so they download it, they realize it's obtuse, and they go, I'll try next. I'll try again later, and then they forget about it. So much like it's not self-explaining. Yeah, no, there's a lot of stuff in Dwarf Fortress that like is just not explained well, but a lot of that stuff you can kind of get past once you just start poking it, messing with it. It does get easier, I swear. Imagine someone made their password the Longdeath video. I mean, I'm not gonna say that would be the worst password in the world. It is more explained and logical, sure, but if EU4 was free, I genuinely feel, and didn't have visible reviews, I feel like less people would have taken the time to learn it. It's for your Google account, and the URL is not a beach, it's a bathtub. I mean, fair enough, Hobo. Thanks for sharing. Also, good luck, King, on your investment. But I'm glad that you're like giving it a shot, Mark. I'm sure that game will live up to the hype once you get into it a little deeper. And while you're at it, social security number and date of birth. And a scan of your birth certificate. Autumn has come! Sorry, Stone. This guy is playing Forza Horizon 5 and he says, it feels like I'm playing GTA except you can't get out of the car. I mean, that was his driver. Suck my dick at gmail.com. I mean, I've told this story about hotmail at hotmails at hotmail.com, right? This kid that I knew who had hotmails at hotmail.com and then he sold it to an adult film site. For $5 grand in high school. I mean, Hobo, your email address should actually be suckmysword@modsquad.com. But, you know. The humans have arrived with their tributes, Stone. Heads up. Rip investments. Or maybe at hotmods.com. The mayor! Tiny Goliath has discovered deductive reasoning! We've made a discovery! Deductive reasoning! Who, this wasn't your first one, but this dwarf's golden life was dreaming of making a great discovery. This, I think, is their second or third great discovery. I've made a breakthrough with deductive reasoning! Is astonished after making a breakthrough concerning deductive reasoning. Deductive reasoning. Thinking is now a thing. We've learned how to think! It only took us, like, Years. This is a happy dwarf. Constantly feels triumph remembering being reelected. 165 years old, could die on the 1st of spring any day. Is married to Blue Water, just had another child, has 11 children. Who was your parents? Fossil and Sparkly and Dragon Man and Wave Thrash. Damn. 150 to 170. And they could... Now you're pondering nothingness. Is the symbol for nothingness. Huh. Dwarves can live to be 150 to 170 years old, and on the 1st of spring they have a chance to die of natural causes every year. Was astonished after making a breakthrough. Felt triumph remembering being reelected. What a happy goddamn dwarf. Bored after being unable to practice martial art. That's fine. The symbol of nothingness. Will die on the 1st of spring. That's not possible because the game generates dwarves for you and makes them appear in the world's history. And they make sure that they're in like their 60s to 80s usually. So if you check the age of your starting dwarves, if you hit V, find a dwarf. I need a dwarf. There you, that's a human. That's an emu. That's a dwarf. Press Z and then press enter. And then scroll down until you see their age, which will be that yellow gold text. They're probably not old enough to do that. I mean, they might still die the 1st spring, but that would probably be due to unnatural causes like beating, cutting, stabbing, drowning, starving to death, dying of lack of alcohol, going insane and killing each other, deciding to be too depressed to eat any food and starving to death, jumping off a wall. I once had a dwarf get so depressed that they just walked up really high and jumped off and fell on their head repeatedly until they died. That was pretty distressing. Well, lack of alcohol is a cause of insanity. Dwarves need alcohol. It's like humans need water. Did it hit the sack? Just don't hit it too hard. It did nothing wrong. Remember that. Moving to a new house. Best of luck with moving. Don't hit the sack too hard. Make sure like you apologize after you hit it. Have a good one. Here's mine. Take care of yourself. And the little one. Gonna hit it like a sack of cement. Yeah, pretty much. Here's the council. Now look at that one. Look at how small it is. It's a single page, and there was much rejoicing.
Many people ask me, Nikita, we will be the blin.
For some reason, my Discord's just decided to make that feature not work anymore. I don't know why. I never disabled it, but Discord like decided to like make it not purple. Apparently. I'm not sure why. But it's the world I live in now. We need a Nicolas Cage here. Sideways. Ryan Stone, how is you? How are you feeling? Still fever? Also, apparently the Text Adventures room is busted again. God damn it. Just a cold, thank God. Good stuff. I mean, sometimes you gotta get a cold, you know? Sometimes it's just kind of inevitable. Anyway, Rhinestone. I have to brag about how awesome this is. I've legit just been doing this all day, but like, look at this fucking thing. It's so awesome. It's way heavier than it should. I need to lift some weights so that I can do this shit. But, you know. The thing is like half metal. Doesn't even have any batteries in it right now. It's just so fucking heavy. It's a great little radio, though. Makes me want to get more antenna wire for my main setup so that I can catch more stations as clearly as that thing can. Also, what year is it? 334? We started on 332. Means we're making pretty good progress. Pretty good progress on the day. Complete on selling your ticket. Contemplate on selling your ticket for Toonstyle and Side Boys. Might still be a bit sick. Well, I hope that you're able to make it work out regardless. I mean, either selling the ticket or feeling better, one of the two. I might be going to another show this weekend, but it's one of those shows that we know isn't gonna sell out, so I don't have tickets for it yet. But I might end up going. We'll see what ends up happening. It's a local band called Neck of the Woods. Local thrash band, loud, that kind of shit. But might go see them. It's a $16 show, so if I do end up going, it'll be we decide Saturday morning to go. And have sold your ticket. To be honest, I would just hold the ticket, and if you don't feel good to go, then don't go. You know, that's what I would do. Is just hold the ticket, don't sell it, and just you can't go, don't go. It's funny. I always forget about Neck of the Woods because they're called Neck of the Woods. See if I can get you guys a link. Here's a link. These guys. They're just a band that I always forget exists, but you know. But yeah, they are doing a show. Yeah, they are doing a show at the Waldorf in East Hastings in Vancouver, which is a tiny fucking venue. But I don't know, might end up going. Might end up going. Welcome back, Dark Sora. I think you initially tuned in when I was on lunch break. But I'm hoping for one more baby today, because so far we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 today. One more today. One more baby. One more baby. Yeah, no, they've definitely, they're one of those bands from Vancouver that I think they're going to kind of maybe turn into a kind of a Worm Witch thing. Also, Dragon is now a child and is running around and picking stuff up. And has now got one glove. Excellent. I don't want to know where you've put that glove, child. Where are you going next? What are you going to go equip next? You have a glove so far. It's very entertaining watching, like, the way little children get dressed in DF. It's just oddly entertaining. Sock and another glove. Yay! A roguelike? Like? You said like too many times that sentence, so is this a Valley Girl roguelike? Please tell me it's a Valley Girl roguelike and you just called it roguelike like. Please tell me. Please tell me that's the case. Thanks for the 2 cents, Mark. Cheers. You have a good night. And I'll be on tomorrow if you need more help with DF stuff. And your combat ability is being annoying with speech. So it's a roguelike like, and you have to go around just confusing people with your incomprehensible, like, impossible to understand, silly, like, Valley Girl speech. It's a motivational app with dungeons and turn-based combat. Motivational app. I'm curious? I don't know. I'm not much of a phone games person. So the second people say app, my brain shuts off, but I'm curious. Dark Store is familiar with the term roguelike. So, I think we're good. I realize that that's a last name, Ryan, but it just makes me think of chutney, and now I want chutney. Like, I would really like some Will chutney. You know what I'm saying? Will brand chutney? It's the best stuff. Can Valve save the world? Depends if Epic does first. This dwarf is just angry all the time, but never gets stressed anymore after getting beaten to within an inch of their life and put in prison for, like, a very long time after killing animal. That dwarf's a murderer, but they're fine now. Ryan, are we recording a podcast tonight? This is just a question. Because that's going to help me decide what I do for this evening stream. Or evening part of the stream. Saving world? Nah. We should just Control-Alt-Delete world. We can? Ooh. Then there's immediately the question of, do I actually want to record a podcast tonight? I kind of do. We should get a podcast done. Can Valve save the world? No. Lived in Putney? Is Putney a place? Putney is an interesting surname. Let's see if there's a place named Putney. District in South London. Of course there's a place called Putney. In England. Of course there is. Is there a place called Chutney in England? Now that's a much more important question that someone needs to ask. That's the much more important question as far as I'm concerned. I mean, yeah, I mean, that's called being in the design phase, right? When you're in the design phase of a thing, you gotta, you know, figure it out one piece at a time. I get you. I just thought that my mind exploded for a second there because I clicked on the Ultimate Adon page on Steam. For some reason, it took me to the normal Adon page. I must have misclicked. And I thought for a second there that Ultimate Adon had very positive reviews, and I was super confused for a moment there. I was like, what just happened? Then I realized my mistake. And now it makes a lot more sense. Chutney seems to be in music. It's also like a thing that you dip chips in. From like 50% positive mix to suddenly... it is also music, but... Yes. You know the food? Okay, I'm just checking to make sure that you know the food. Although edible music sounds pretty great. I want a restaurant that is has music, chutney music, performed by Will Putney. There you go. That's gonna be my restaurant. Well, there's always chutney music playing, and every meal includes chutney, and it's all performed by. I need to. Maybe it's time to retire for the day. Some Indian food terms? Yeah, well. I just want another child in this fortress by the end of the day. Because finally, locking all these dwarves in the tavern is finally starting to have some help and assistance. Like, you have a lover now. This dwarf didn't have a lover before. Now, please get married. Then make baby. God, I sound like my grandma. Eyes are burning and keep shutting. You have a good night, past head. Sleep well. All right, chat. We're into mid-autumn. It's 4:30 p.m. Pacific time. My time zone. Trying to figure out what to do for the evenings. Trying to figure out what I want to do for the evening. I could keep on playing through that. Anyway, that Caves of Cud playthrough that I started. Have I been attacked? I have not been attacked in this fortress since year 12. No, we just haven't had migrants in 270 years. So, you know, difficult to keep population growing when you're not getting migrants. So why do I need babies? So the fort doesn't die out. That's why we need babies. We will always need more babies. This is Longdeath. Oh, another patch for Sword of the Stars, the Pit, too. In Dwarf Fort? Not a particularly long one. Did one for a couple of days. It was kind of boring. Like, I don't really consider island challenges to be boring. Island challenges is basically what we're doing in Longdeath, but, like, less interesting. Nope. No, there's a bug in Dwarf Fortress Dark Sora, which I think I've actually explained to you before, but I could be wrong, or at least when you were here. There's a bug in Dwarf Fortress that once you have 3,000 dead on your map, you stop getting migrants. We had 3,000 dead at year 128. We haven't had migrants since. There is absolutely no way to attract migrants to the fortress. What I can do is I can request merchants using the messenger and local helixes. And request merchant workers, which aren't members of the fortress, but if they have babies, the babies become member of the fortress. That is the only way I can get new dwarves, is by requesting merchants that are married, that then come over here and then hopefully have babies. That is the only way to get new dwarves in the fortress. So, no, there is absolutely no way for me to get new migrants. Without me retiring the fortress and reclaiming it, which would defeat the whole point of the practice of the challenge that we're doing, which is keeping the fort alive for 1,000 years. Nope, it's a bug. Tarn has confirmed it's a bug that will be fixed when the map rewrite happens. But there's no way to fix it until the map rewrite happens. Tarn has confirmed it as a bug because it's been in the game for a while. It's one of those known bugs in the bug tracker. Some of our deceased carcasses and records that come with them. I mean, considering how like DNA tracking in the US works and how valuable that is, isn't that kind of the same thing? You want to buy the histories of our deceased things? You know, all that freaky shit. There's actually no necromancers in this world that I'm aware of. I've checked. They just never developed, which I'm actually kind of happy about. In the grand scheme of things, the world in which this fort takes place is a little bit dull. You know what? That's okay. That is indeed okay. I kind of like it that way. Bumblebed has grown to become a dwarven child. We have 2 children in the fort now that have grown, or 2 babies that have grown to be able to walk. Need those vests to be made. Then we will have made good progress. Sideways is child. Being carried by mum still. Not quite old enough to walk. You're gonna go get lost in Forza? Go get lost in Forza. I might install that after stream. Yo, instead of recording a podcast, how about we just, like, play Forza tonight? How does that sound? That seems like a good time to me. You're down? Hell yeah. Why am I weirdly tempted to stream some Minesweeper? Just like my mind? Absolutely. Not agree more with that statement, Sideways. How so, Ryan? What, with Forza or something? Also, Ryan, have you played any Age of Empires? It's very good. You just need your buddy to make some liveries. There are some pretty funny takes on the new Forza, which I think are funny. All right, chat. I've been streaming for 7 hours and 40 minutes. And a lot of that has been Longdeath. I kind of want to play a little bit of Conquest of Elysium. What do you guys think of like a troll run? Conquest of Elysium. That's what I'm feeling. That's what I'm feeling tonight. I think tomorrow we're going to do kind of a half day of Longdeath and do a whole bunch of Caves of Cud tomorrow evening. Try and get some progress in that. So I think tomorrow's going to be kind of a short day Dwarf Fort and a longer day at Caves of Cud. And I'm going to go play some Conquest of Elysium. So if you are here for the first time and you're here specifically for DF, if you want more Dwarf Fortress than you could ever reasonably watch in a reasonable amount of time, you can do that over on my YouTube channel. If you want to support the channel directly, which actually keeps me funded and keeps me doing this 5 days a week, more usually. And then there's a Patreon where you can get bonus perks and stuff. Even $1 a month goes along. We're gonna shut down these noise generators while the game saves in the background, and then play some Conquest of Elysium because I'm gonna play some trolls.